Testing. Good morning, honorable members. When we were here last, we ended with the opposition leader's question to the Premier, then the second district questions to the Premier and other ministers. Now we will continue with the member for the second district posing his questions to the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture tell this Honorable House what happened to the 500 laptops that he announced would be granted to the students of the territory prior to the ending of last school year? Mr. Speaker, I must again preface for the listening audience and the public that these questions have been on the order paper since September 22nd, so some of them would have already been updated.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the second district for his question. Mr. Speaker, on the 6th of May 2020, Cabinet approved the waiving of the tender process to purchase 500 laptops for students to support online education as a result of the disruption to the traditional education system caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Cabinet decided that a contract be awarded to Infinite Solutions for the supply of these laptops. Within 2 weeks of this decision, Mr. Speaker, the contract was signed. Provision was made in the contract for the order to be supplied within 8 weeks of the date of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, given the fact that countries across the world had resorted to online education as the mode of learning, the global demand for computers exceeded the supply at the time. Recognizing this, Infinite Solutions reached out to their regular suppliers and other suppliers to secure the order for the territory. Despite various efforts by the local retailer to secure the ordered devices, Mr. Speaker, it was not possible to obtain the 500 devices by the initial estimated date of the third week in June. The shipment date was later revised to August, then September, mid-November, and then January 2021. It must be stated, Mr. Speaker, that given the delays in being able to supply the models previously ordered, Infinite Solutions provided alternative models for the Ministry's consideration, which I must add, Mr. Speaker, were also at an additional cost. Finding the extended delays unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet on the 28th of September 2021, that should be 2020, decided to terminate the contract between the government of the Virgin Islands and Infinite Solution Systems Limited, and decided that the company be asked to provide available devices equivalent to the deposit that had already been received. Cabinet also agreed that another local supplier be contracted to provide the remainder of the devices. Mr. Speaker, given these developments and due to budgetary constraints based on the different specifications, instead of the previously anticipated 500 devices, the Ministry was able to purchase a total of 359 laptop computers, 179 of them from Infinite Solutions, 100 from Said Electronics, and 80 from iSmart. Subsequently, we received a further 845 laptops procured through a Caribbean Development Bank loan. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that the Ministry has distributed over 900 laptops, Chromebooks, and tablets thus far through its loan program. As a number of parents have now expressed interest in the loan-to-own program, we are in the process of finalizing the agreements for this purpose.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer and response. So based on the 900 electronic devices, Mr. Speaker, could the Minister please tell us what the new budgeted amount or new cost amount was for the 900 devices that were supplied to the ministry?
Mr. Speaker, when the member speaks about the new budgeted amount, the amount that Cabinet allocated for the 500 laptops is the same. Nothing changed there. But as a result of procuring different devices that had a higher cost, instead of coming up to 500, it came up to 359 devices instead of 500. Now, the other devices which have been given out by the ministry have come from different sources besides those bought by government in that particular 3 contracts with the 3 suppliers. Some were donated, some were procured through the Caribbean Development Bank. As I said, we had about 845 through the Caribbean Development Bank. So in addition to the other devices, we have the tablets, the VIDEs. So those would be the devices that we have been given to the students, or loaning to students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, still on this same follow-up one, because I didn't get the answer as to the cost of the total amount of devices that have been administered or given by loan or otherwise to the students. I know what the initial cost was of the 500, but what I'm asking the Minister for, Mr. Speaker, is the total cost of the devices now awarded or granted to students, whether on loan program or other. What is the total cost that the government would have paid for all devices?
Mr. Speaker, if the member is asking for the cost of the 845 laptops procured through Caribbean Development Bank, as well as the 359 which Cabinet approved last year, I would have to come back to get that total amount to him. I have no problem doing that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be grateful for that answer to the question, Mr. Speaker, because I know moving from 500 to almost 900, and given the delays, it is indeed something that I guess it's a plus and a minus at the same time, because we initially ordered 500 and now we were able to attain almost 900. So I would look forward to that response or the answer to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 2, if I may. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture explain to this Honorable House why the students and teachers of the Ivan Dawson Primary School are currently meeting at the King Garden Bay Baptist Church? A, how long have they been there? And B, when does he expect to have the students and teachers return to their campus?
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, the Ivan Dawson Primary School has suffered over the years from serious flooding issues after heavy rains due to poor drainage of the school's location. As a result of the moisture and humidity, the school has also suffered from heavy mold buildup. Following the 2017 hurricanes, during which the school was damaged, major repairs were done to the entire school by donations from Norwegian Cruise Lines, and repairs were done by All Hands and Hats, a volunteer group. The school reopened on Thursday, the 31st of January 2019. Unfortunately, after reopening, the newly repaired roofs were still leaking in many areas, especially the roof of the auditorium building. Mr. Speaker, what is necessary to help with the control of the mold problem is to ensure that the buildings are opened regularly to allow a continuous flow of air through the building and regular cleaning. It is also necessary that the source of water penetration from the roof, the sources of water penetration from the roof are identified and repaired. Schools were closed in the territory on the 18th of March 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 lockdowns. School buildings remained closed for several months because after the lockdown period, schools remained online until September 2020. The Ivan Dawson Primary School remained closed at the start of the new school year in September because of the lengthy closure of the buildings and the growth of mold, causing the building to become intolerable and uninhabitable. It was then decided that the problem of leakage needed to be addressed once and for all, to be followed by a deep mold cleaning before the school could be reopened to receive staff and students on the campus. With the additional funds that the Ministry of Finance provided, the roof of the school building was repaired, and I thank the Minister of Finance for making that money available. And we are currently awaiting the mold cleaning of the entire school, which should be taking place over the next few days. As an interim measure, the staff and students of the Ivan Dawson Primary School are being housed at the Kingarden Bay Baptist Church. We felt it was necessary to have the students in a physical space for classes like all other schools in the territory for the second term while the repairs were being done at the school. Mr. Speaker, we have provided continuity in education through online education, but we are aware of its limitations. Therefore, we have returned all primary school students to classrooms. And for this reason, we felt it necessary to have the students of Ivan Dawson Primary School return to classrooms also. I am grateful to the Reverend Dr. Melvin Turnbull, Dr. Michael Turnbull, and the representative of the District Honorable Melvin Turnbull for helping to facilitate this. Mr. Speaker, and this is the answer to A and B, Mr. Speaker. The school started at the Kingarden Bay Baptist Church on the 11th of January 2021. The two contracts for repair works have been completed, and once the school is thoroughly cleaned for mold, the school should be ready for occupancy early in this school term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister for his response. And he gave quite a, I think he's learning a bit from the Premier. He gives quite a elaborate answer surrounding all schools when I'm asking specifically about one school, Mr. Speaker. The question I have, follow-up number one, Mr. Speaker, is what is the, but before I get to that, I'll ask that second. Mr. Speaker, the Ivan Dawson Primary School has been dealing with issues of leaky roofs and mold, some through public forums, social media has been exposed, and we have spent a tremendous amount of money trying to address the issues of mold and leakage in the school. I would say for the last 12 to 16 years, Mr. Speaker. So my question is the minister and his team through the ministry, are they confident that the leakages and mold issues will be addressed once and for all, given this last approach or attempt to fix it?
Mr. Speaker, I thank our member for the second for his follow-up, and I appreciate his honesty about how long the problem has existed. And I can assure the member that since coming to office, It has been something that has come to my attention, especially how long the problem has existed, and I'm completely committed to eliminating the problem because I value the health and safety of the students, the teachers, and the administrators. I went at great lengths to even have discussions with the contractors myself to ensure that they were certain that this would solve the problem. The Minister of Finance made the resources available so that we can fix it properly, and I rejected all suggestions of quick fixes. I rejected all questions of quick fixes. I told them I want the problem solved once and for all, and they assured me of that. The technical persons in the ministry agreed that these would solve the problems. And I'm asking the member, and I'm asking the administrators at the school, the teachers, the parents, if there are any issues at all at the school, feel free to report them to the ministry, of course, but even come to me directly so I can be aware of them and make sure that the mold problem that we experienced there does not repeat itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you failed to, I have to pull one out of the Minister of Health's book. You failed to mention that I was the one who brought up to you how long these problems existed. But I understand the game. Minister of Health, you're doing a good job. Mr. Speaker, I need to know, however, Mr. Speaker, from the minister's standpoint, which would precede his tenure as minister, I would want to find out or know, Mr. Speaker, the two contracts I think the minister stated that were issued to remedy the problems now, and the works that have been done specific to the roofs and mold issues over the last 8 years. If the minister could provide, if you don't have it now, this is understandable, but if the minister could provide the costing of the amounts, but specifically the cost of the two contracts that were issued now under your tenure, as well as the costs that were expended over the last 8 years to remedy the same issues of leakages and mold.
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member for the question. Actually, answer number 3 deals with the cost of the contract, so if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and read my answer to number 3. And the information about the last 8 years, I certainly will research that and get back to you.
But Mr. Speaker, I would like to read question number 3, if that's...
I'm sorry?
I would like to read question number 3 before the minister answers. I appreciate him wanting to just answer, but I'd like to read the question.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Speaker.
you would have
I'll move on to number 3.
You would get the answer after you read the question.
Yes, thank you,
That's
Mr.
fine.
Speaker.
No problem.
Mr. Speaker, would the Deputy Premier and Minister of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture please inform this Honorable House on the cost of repairs being carried out at the Ivan Dawson Primary School?
Mr. Speaker, the cost of the 2 contracts completed at the Ivan Dawson Primary School in 2021, as reported to me, is a total of $140,347.04.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 143,000, Mr. Speaker. I just wonder.
Mr. Speaker, $140,347.04.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 4. Would the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture please give a detailed report on the status of the rebuilding of the Just Van Dyke Primary School, which was destroyed by the hurricanes of 2017? A, have the drawings been completed and approved? And B, what is the estimated cost of the project? C, what is the amount that would be contributed by government? And D, sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's on a different page. What is the amount that has been pledged by the donors since he took office in 2019? And E, when is the expected date of commencement of the project and the projected date of completion?
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, on the 21st of December 2020, the contract was signed and awarded to AEC Consulting and Engineers Limited for the design, development, and construction management phase of the new Just Van Dyke Primary School. The honorable member was among the limited number of invited guests to the ceremony, and as a matter of fact, he served as a witness for the contractor. Since then, Mr. Speaker, a meeting was held on the 19th of January 2021 with the contractor to review the preliminary design. Given the proposed budgeted project estimate of $2.5 million, the recommendation was made to reduce the building to the basement and first floor levels, with future provision for a second floor. The revised statement of requirement, along with a topographical survey conducted by the Public Works Department, was submitted in mid-February to the contractor for continuation of design. Mr. Speaker, following a meeting held on the 10th of March 2019, where the schematic designs were reviewed by the, that might have supposed to say 2020, were reviewed by the Ministry of Education and Culture and the RDA team. The consultants were given approval to proceed to the next design step as outlined in the contractual agreement, or maybe that should say 2021. Let me get that right, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat that. The revised statement of requirement, along with a topographical survey conducted by the Public Works Department, was submitted in mid-February to the contractor for continuation of design. Mr. Speaker, following a meeting held on the 10th of March, should be 2021, where the schematic designs were reviewed by the Ministry of Education and Culture and the RDA team, the consultants were given approval to proceed to the next design step as outlined in the contractual agreement. A revised program schedule was requested, and it was also agreed that the construction design work is expected to be finalized by the 30th of June 2021, prior to the finalization of the designs. Mr. Speaker, as is customary for projects of this nature, we will present the drawings to stakeholders for review, including the honorable member. Answer to B. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture cannot at this time advise this Honorable House or the member for the 2nd District on the estimated cost for the project. The cost will be determined after completion of the approved design, bill of quantities, and estimate. Mr. Speaker, what the Ministry can advise is that the consultant was given a design-build proposed estimate of $2.5 million for the basement and first floor level and other ancillary works. The Ministry can commit to providing updates to this Honorable House and the member for the 2nd District on the status of the rebuilding plan for the Just Van Dyke School. To answer C, Mr. Speaker, the estimated construction cost is $2,835,000, which is listed under the Recovery and Development Agency projects in this year's budget budget over the cycle of the project, 2020 to 2023. The amount of funding allocated to be spent on the project this year is $350,000. Answer to 4, Mr. Speaker. 2 donors have pledged funds to assist with the rebuilding of the Jas Van Dyke Primary School, and I will continue to dialogue with the donors as it relates to the rebuilding project. At this time, permission is not granted for me to make a public announcement of the donors' information and/or amount of pledged contributions. And the answer to E, Mr. Speaker, we do not currently have a commencement date. What I can advise the member, Mr. Speaker, is that as soon as a date is determined, he will be advised, as we will definitely have a groundbreaking ceremony at that time. The member will appreciate that a commencement date is dependent on completion of the preliminary phases, design, completion, review, and approval. Mr. Speaker, we are unable to provide a projected date of completion at this early stage. Upon completion and approval of the architectural and engineering drawings, bill of quantities and estimates, upon completion and approval of the architectural and engineering drawings, the bill of quantities and estimates will be prepared, and a project work schedule will indicate the necessary start and end dates for the project. Mr. Speaker, again, I can assure the member for the second that the ministry views this project as high priority and will keep him informed on the status of the project. And I also want to add that I want to get the project started as quickly as possible, as humanly possible, and I'm almost harassing persons to make sure that it takes place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it was since April of 2019 that this question surrounding the Jas Van Dyke Primary School, after the minister would have made the announcement about the pledged support, which his predecessor in the ministry, who served as minister, was also making announcement about this pledged support during his tenure as minister. Mr. Speaker, I am troubled and continue to be troubled that the students of the Jas Van Dyke Primary School continue to have to sit and learn in a building that has been deemed structurally unsound or unfit by engineers from the UK military, as well as the engineers, private engineers from the team at Blue Ocean, which is led by Mr. Kurt Richardson. So, Mr. Speaker, I am wondering if it is a priority. Why haven't we front-loaded, Mr. Speaker, the amount for the rebuilding of the school and not have $350,000, I think the minister stated. I don't have the number in front of me, Mr. Speaker, but $350,000 for this year, and then based on what I remember and recall from the budget, is going to go into 2023. Mr. Speaker, the students, the parents, and the staff at Jas Van Dyke Primary School needs to be in a fit environment conducive for learning.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his follow-up. Let me say to the member and say to the people of Jas Van Dyke and the public that we in this administration share in the frustration, we would have to say, that we do not yet have school completed. And I want to assure the member that I am doing everything within my power to make sure it happens and happens quickly. You mentioned my predecessor, and I cannot speak to why it did not happen before. But what I can say to you is that this administration is establishing a record of service in the territory, also to the people of Jas Van Dyke, of keeping its word as it pertains to delivering projects. And there are a number of projects we have already delivered in Jas Van Dyke in keeping our word. And this project will be no different, Mr. Speaker. But I share his frustration. He and I are in the same boat as it pertains to how long things take in government. But I can assure you, if we skip steps, the member and other persons will certainly bring it to the public's attention. So I'm trying everything humanly possible within the law and within my power as minister to speed things up, not just for this project, but for many other projects, because the people of the territory cannot afford to wait. And we have to take a serious look at bureaucracy and some of the government processes that slow things down. That's my personal view, Mr. Speaker. Whenever I get the opportunity, I'm going to speak about it, because some of these processes make things go too slow, and the children are the ones who are suffering. And I would like to cut through as much bureaucracy as possible. And I know the Minister of Finance would like to as well, but he's certainly constrained in some instances. But all I would say is, member for the 2nd District, let's continue to work together. Let's continue to, I appreciate the way that you are raising the red flags. Let's work together and let's see if we can get these processes moving more quickly. And in terms of the amount of money budgeted for this year, it's not a question of front-loading the money. It's making sure that during any budgeted year you have enough money to move the project. So the $350,000 will be enough to move the project once the design is completed. And then all through 2022, we'll have a much more sizable amount of money allocated. It's just a question of when the project is unfolding and when the money is needed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the minister finally addressed the question that I asked to the end, way to the end, because I think he would appreciate that I understand numbers very well. But Mr. Speaker, I don't believe, and I won't even attempt to direct that the minister is procrastinating. But Mr. Speaker, just so we can understand, it's 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. That's 5 years. 2022 is 6. 2023 will be 7 years, Mr. Speaker, that we are saying the students of Jas Van Dyke have to wait to be housed and put in an environment conducive for learning. And while I would usually accept the conversation of bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, I'm only concerned about the children and their well-being, and the teachers and their well-being, and the community for which I represent, Mr. Speaker. So while I would normally accept it, Mr. Speaker, I believe, Mr. Speaker, 7 years to get a school rebuilt after the hurricane is unacceptable, and we need to do more.
Honourable Member, is that a question? Final follow-up?
Mr. Speaker, I was responding to a lot of what was said before the answer was given to my question. Because it seems like when I ask a question, I get a long statement, a broad statement addressing many other things that I didn't ask. So I can't just ask questions and then there are other things directed that I can't address. So my question is, I would prefer and ask that we not give the excuses, Mr. Speaker, but I am asking, not just suggestively, that all the resources for the rebuild of this school be taken priority. That's what I'm asking, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little hurt by the suggestion by the member that I'm procrastinating. I think the member knows me well enough to know
Point
that.
of information, Mr. Speaker. The record would state that I said, I am not, nor would I ever suggest that the member or minister is procrastinating. But the reasoning given, Mr. Speaker, is one that it gives 7 years of this time for the school to be rebuilt. So I didn't say that the member is procrastinated. I would not disrespect my good friend and classmate like that, especially now in the Honorable House as the minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that, but even the suggestion or to introduce the notion of procrastination, I think, is unnecessary at this stage. But let me assure the member that I'm not giving excuses. Let me assure the member that the school will be built, and I do think that the administration here is establishing a track record of delivering for the territory and specifically for the people of Jos Van Dyke, and I can name examples of that. I cannot account for the years before I took office in 2019, but I can assure you, by the time that this administration is finished, different from the previous administrations were here, that the people of Jos Van Dyke will have a school where they can have a proper environment to learn. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say as well, the answers I give to question, I provide the context and the detail necessary for the answer to be properly understood. I do this not to distract from any questions, but to enrich the answers, not just for the member, but for the listening public who the member is asking on behalf of. So I can assure him I'm not just speaking for speaking's sake, and I'll continue to work with the member to ensure that the projects and initiatives which fall under my ministry within his district, that we work together to get them solved, because of course I believe when we work together we get better results, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I am very sensitive to the issue of bureaucracy because I see what it's doing, and we have to find ways in the public service, which is not under our local elected government, I might say, Mr. Speaker. We have to find a way to streamline processes. An example came up before when we were speaking about furniture. We have to find a way to streamline processes and get things to work a lot quicker. And I would appreciate all members in the House getting together. Let's take a look at our constitutional review. Try to see how we can get the public service.
1 second.
I'm not yielding,
Allow
Mr.
him
Speaker.
to finish, member for the
Point
second.
of order, Mr. Speaker.
I'm
Member for
not
the
yielding,
speech.
Mr. Speaker.
Member for the second. The
This is a
member
speech, Mr. Speaker.
refused to yield, so you will politely take your seat and allow the member to finish. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the member for the second feels spicy this morning. I'm responding directly to the things that he stated in his response to me. I would appreciate the opportunity to at least finish my statement. I'm hopeful that all members of the House of Assembly will work together, whether it's through constitutional review, whether it's through public service reform, how we can get things to work a lot faster in the public service, Mr. Speaker, for the good of the children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we will move off that question and answer. Before I invite the member for the second district to ask his questions of the transportation minister, honorable members will recall that when we were here on Tuesday, I promised that I will get back with the Attorney General in regards to Standing Order 17-1B and the issue of questions being asked about names and whether questions could be answered using person's name in this honorable house. The Honorable Attorney General have been kind enough to review the matter, and I'm going to invite her now to at least let us have her advice on the matter. Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to consider Standing Order 17-1B.
Okay, something seemed to be wrong with her mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to consider Standing Order 17-1B and whether, as you also reminded me, if questions cannot include the names of persons, should answers to questions include the names of persons even if they are receiving public funds. Mr. Speaker, I propose to respond in 6 points, which I hope will provide context as well as directly answer the issue that was posed to me after the proceedings on Tuesday or during the proceedings on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, members of the House of Assembly will recall that the questions, for example, required answers to include lists of applicants, inclusive of the names of the business, principals of the business. They also required a list of persons who had applied for $2 million agriculture and fishing grant announced in April, I believe, of 2020. A detailed list of all persons or companies in the Virgin Islands who have a fishing license and matters of that nature. My advice is as follows, Mr. Speaker, as I said, in 6 parts. Firstly, Standing Order 17-1B relates to questions, as I believe we all know and we're clear on that. Doesn't relate to answers, and it simply requires, as it says, that no question should include the names of persons unless necessary to render the question intelligible. The natural and ordinary meaning of the words of that standing order, Mr. Speaker, are unambiguous. Second, it is for the Speaker alone to determine or judge, and that's the word that is used, whether any proposed question infringes Standing Order 17-1B. And Mr. Speaker, that determination has to be made before the question is placed on the order paper. Third, in permitting questions to be placed on the order paper, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker should also have regard to other matters, including whether a question seeks information about matters which are in their nature secret or confidential, or as to the character or conduct of any person except in an official or public capacity. And those are just 2 of the factors. There are several more, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, once the question has been placed on the order paper, the opinion of the minister to whom the question is addressed becomes critical, and the minister has to ask himself whether there are any reasons of public interest why the names of particular persons should not be published. If the minister considered that the publication of the answer to any particular question would be contrary to the public interest, he may, of course, Mr. Speaker, decline to answer it, and that is permitted by Standing Order 18.6. Fifth, the minister to whom the question is posed, in his capacity as a subject minister and as an elected member of the House of Assembly, is expected to be well-placed and well-informed to determine whether it is in the public interest to refuse to answer all or any part of a question, and to say why, Mr. Speaker. In any event, ministers may be guided by the caution that there is a world of difference between what is in the public interest and what is of interest to the public. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the context of this week's proceedings, the relevant ministers can, among other issues in deciding whether it is in the public interest to answer all or any part of the question, whether the information is secret or confidential, whether it is of a sensitive nature and was entrusted to the ministry or department on the basis that there would be restricted disclosure for particular purposes, and whether the information would ordinarily and by law be accessible to the public, Mr. Speaker. The minister may, of course, consider other factors, but it would depend on the question asked and what the answer to that question would be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I trust that is helpful.
Okay. I thank you. If there's any follow-up questions on the AG's advice, I will allow it. If there is not, we'll move on. And I also asked the Attorney General about Standing Order 38.7, which also state clearly that no member shall talk about persons who are outside the House because they have no redress, because once we speak about them in here, calling their full names, there is no redress because we are in here under immunity. So anything that we say in here cannot be held against us. So I also see that as a part linked to the issue of not calling person's name. So what I got clearly from the AG's advice is, one, questions must be properly vetted before they reach the order paper, and two, it's up to the discretion of the minister whether he or she wishes to reveal person's name. So on that basis, we'll be guided accordingly going forward on question which specifically asks for person's name. If there is no other issue on that matter, I will invite the member for the 2nd District to pose his questions to the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities.
Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House on the status of the repaving of the road from Chalwell to Windy Hill for the residents of the 2nd District and motorists who traverse that road daily?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chalwell to Windy Hill Road is currently undergoing repairs in 2 sections. These repairs will address the undermining situation currently being experienced. Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Department is currently developing a design to construct a swale drain for the length of road along with curb walls. In addition, The department will provide fill material to restore the roads to the appropriate height, followed by a complete overlay of asphalt. So, Speaker, works are estimated to be completed by the end of this year, 2021, as most works will be done in-house due to the current financial constraints. This project, Mr. Speaker, experienced delays due to the ongoing pandemic, COVID-19, which the territory started to feel the effects of in March of last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, so you're saying the project will be completed by the end of this year, 2021, or is it just the design? I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are developing the designs right now in regards to the swale drains and the curb walls. So in terms of having that completed, we're hoping to have it asphalted by the end of this year.
Thank you, Minister. I think the people of the 2nd District from which you hail and those that traverse will hold you to account with me. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the North Shore Integrated Coastal and Watershed Stabilization Project was initiated in the 2nd District in 2016 with funding from the European Union in partnership with the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor, and the Ministry of Communication and Works, then Communication and Works. The pilot project was supposed to cover King Garden Bay and Bruce Bay. There are 2 areas that have still not yet been addressed by the government, namely the Bruce Bay Seaside Defense and the King Garden Bay Sea Defense from the Colwood's residence to the wedding bar and restaurant. Could the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please tell this Honorable House when these projects would be completed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question, member for the 2nd. Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise this Honorable House that the area of the wedding restaurant and bar in King Garden Bay, as one of the areas identified, has been remedied. So, Speaker, Public Works Department, in partnership with the owners of the establishment, collaborated to provide a safer sea defense system. So, Speaker, due to the current financial constraints, which have been exacerbated by COVID-19, works have been delayed to install the Bruce Bay Seaside. And, Mr. Speaker, the area from the Colwoods, as was mentioned or was asked by the member, that too is being addressed. And, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping to resume that works in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is correct in stating that specific to the wedding bar and restaurant, some works were done to ensure that that building and that business had the proper sea defense before they were completed. But the area that I am specifically addressing is from the Colwood residence to the wedding bar, which the wall was broken down as a result of the hurricanes and then subsequently after the swells. Mr. Speaker, the importance of both of these areas, Bruce Bay and King Garden Bay, to not only the tourism project but to the persons and residents that live there, what we continue to experience is the undermining and erosion of the land and even the roadways. So, Mr. Speaker, I know there was funding left, so I'm just hoping, Mr. Speaker, that through the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities and the Ministry of Natural Resources that we could get these addressed as soon as possible, because we are now, I think, in the heart of ground sea season, which we haven't had, or ground swell season. But, Mr. Speaker, any further erosion will just cause more damage and more costly work to be done. So I'm hoping that that could be addressed as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand the matter at hand, and Mr. Speaker, the ministry will work as we have been doing in terms of addressing the area on the other side of King Garden Bay to make sure that we have proper sea defense to protect the properties. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do that work to maintain the integrity of the properties, as mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3. Mr. Speaker, in public meetings held in the 2nd District, specifically in mayors, residents raised concerns for the safety with motorists speeding with no regard to pedestrians. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Transportation Works and Utilities stated at that meeting that he would address the concerns by placing speed bumps in Chalwell and other areas. Could the Honorable Minister please tell this Honorable House when this will be taking place?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member stated, the residents in the mayor's area, and might I add, other areas throughout the territory, Mr. Speaker, they have raised a very serious concern regarding speeding motorists and the safety of pedestrians. Mr. Speaker, in response to this concern, the Public Works Department has installed a number of traffic calming devices as requested, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to do so, as these devices provide a measure of safety for pedestrians and motorists alike. Mr. Speaker, traffic calming speed bumps will be installed in the Chalwell area before the end of this quarter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to bring to the Minister's attention, the area of Mayaba coming off of that corner is proven now to be quite dangerous with motorists. So I don't know if your team could look at that, Mr. Speaker, as well, for persons coming out of Mayaba going onto the main road. Mr. Speaker, question number 4. Mr. Speaker, would the Honorable Minister, for Transportation Works and Utilities please tell this Honorable House what is the expected commencement date for the overlay of roadway from Mount Healthy leading down to the community center in Bruce Bay? And B, what is the expected commencement date for the overlay of roadway from Nichols Bar to Soldier Hill in Bruce Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as road works continue throughout the territory, I am delighted to inform this Honorable House that the Mount Healthy Road leading to the community center in Bruce Bay has been successfully resurfaced. Mr. Speaker, the stretch of road from Nichols Bar to Soldiers Hill will be overlaid. However, due to the cost implication and the ongoing economic strains as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the timeline, we are hoping that the road should be overlaid before the end of this year. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that sounds like good news. So we would have overlay in a good portion of the 2nd District by the end of the year, according to the Minister, in Windy Hill and now in Soldiers Hill to Nichols Bar. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for Transportation for answering these questions.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am happy that the good member from the 2nd has highlighted that, works continue in his district. We have been doing quite a bit of work. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do that in the 2nd and all other districts within the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister for Transportation, for answering the question posed by the member for the 2nd District. I now invite the member for the 2nd District to pose his questions to the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor, and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, in the sitting of the Honorable House that was scheduled for the 10th of June 2020, I sought to ask the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration for copies of the design and completed architectural drawings for the Bruce Bay restroom facility, estimated cost of said proposed facility, and time frame in which the aforementioned will be completed. Mr. Speaker, would the Honorable Minister please provide an update on the status of this project for the people of the 2nd District, specifically the community of Bruce Bay?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bathrooms, particularly in beaches, are very important to me. We already started the first one at Long Bay, and we hope to have many more at many more beaches. Bruce Bay community, which is an older community, has an even greater need for this bathroom. Mr. Speaker, copies of the approved architectural drawings have been made available for all members of this honorable House. Based on a bill of quantities provided by the architect, the estimated cost to construct the restroom facility is $129,000, $738.81. Once commenced, it is anticipated that the project will be completed within 6 months. With respect to an update on the status of the project, Mr. Speaker, the request for the project to be tendered was forwarded to the Ministry of Finance on 18th February 2021. Mr. Speaker, we have since been informed that a draft tender notice was forwarded to GIS on 16 April 2021 for vetting.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't received a copy that the minister spoke. Oh, it's in office. Okay. Mr. Speaker, question to the minister. Follow-up question number 1, Mr. Speaker. Out of the $129,000, I think you said, Minister, out of the $129,000 for the restroom facility, does that also include the waste treatment plant, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not think so. There's a separate contract altogether. So once the facility is built, that comes afterwards.
Mr. Speaker, just a few seconds to review the document, please.
Not a problem. Member for the 2nd.
Mr. Speaker, the minister would agree with me that this is not a new design. This is a design, I believe, based on discussions we've had, that has been taken from other restroom facilities. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, why is it then, because what I understood from our discussions is that the building itself, the restroom facility, would be in and around the 90 to 100,000, and then there will be monies allocated to the tune of 29,000 for the treatment facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the minister could explain to me what changed in terms of the cost.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure I understand the full extent of the question. Those plans have a given lifetime on them. So once that time passes and the building has not started, it has to be resubmitted. The sewage plant does come after the building is built, and there is funding for the sewage facility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maybe I need to go through what the process is to get these projects started. Once a project is approved and funding provided for, we then start by getting the design for the project done. Once the project has been designed, it is then sent to a procurement unit for the project to be sent out to tender. The draft tender is sent to GIS for vetting to make sure it follows the standard ways that things are tendered. That's where we are now. Once GIS approves the tender, it then goes out to public tender for various contractors to construct the building. Once the building is constructed, they move to a second contractor to provide the sewage facility for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just a point of clarity. I just want to ensure the minister that I am not questioning the process as much as I am questioning the cost based on what I know we discussed in terms of trying to keep the costs within a manageable and reasonable amount for the residents and the residents of Bruce Bay. So I know we had agreed on 130 to include the treatment plan. So that's why I was just trying to understand if anything changed. That's the only question I had, Mr. Speaker.
I think if the member wants to know the full costing, please bring it back as a question and provide all the costing for the full project from beginning to completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for providing the drawings and the answers to question number 1, which I think we will be able to present to the Bruce Bay community. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please tell this Honorable House the status of the engineering designs to recreate the gunpoint, end quote, quote, open quote, end quote, in King Garden Bay, which was destroyed during the hurricanes of 2017? A, provide a copy of the design, and B, when is the project expected to begin?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration is not aware of any project to recreate the gun point in Cane Garden Bay. Thank you.
We were going so good. We were going so good, but leave it to the minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the minister said he or the ministry, I want to ensure I quote him correctly, is not aware of any project to recreate the gun point. Mr. Speaker, the minister would recall in the government's meeting in the community and the district of King Garden Bay, the gun point was brought up. The minister would also recall, Mr. Speaker, that he received calls and complaints of rocks being gathered to help and assist the government by a committee in the King Garden Bay community to help restore this project. And the minister, if he, which I believe he is, Mr. Speaker, very honest and one of integrity, would also agree that him and I had a conversation that we needed to get this project moving as soon as possible because it is continuing to help with the erosion of the entire King Garden Bay community. So, Mr. Speaker, I am a bit confused as to why the minister, well, maybe the ministry is not aware, but I certainly believe the minister is aware.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am personally aware of the project, Mr. Speaker, but it's not with my ministry. The moment I wish to do some further research and see where the project is and who is funding it. But I guarantee you, it is not the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, member for the second.
the area that I am speaking about, the gun point, as we call it, is on the eastern side of King Garden Bay, next to Hodges gas station. It's called the gun point because they had some cannons over there from back in the day when they used to be. I know you are a fan of history, Mr. Speaker. And it was called the gun point because that's where the cannons would be set up. One is still there to this present stage that was found after the hurricanes. Mr. Speaker, natural resources, I believe, based on my understanding, deals with the waterways, the ocean, the seafront, the seabed, reefs, and things of that sort. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know if the minister could assist me, sir, and tell me which ministry is responsible. I'm asking the minister to help his fellow colleague.
We want to avoid the back and forth. I think the minister answered
That's
the
my
question.
follow-up, sir.
The minister answered and said he's not aware of a project because you asked specifically to his ministry. So it's on the minister if he wishes to assist you further in revealing which ministry it's under. If not, then we'll have to move on. So I'm guided by the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll speak offline about that.
Okay.
I will assist the member.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So kind.
Okay, great. I thank the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Labor for answering the question posed to him by the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull. We move now to the questions to be posed to the Minister for Health and Social Development by the member for the 2nd District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the assistance is going to come off the record. Mr. Speaker, would the Minister of Health and Social Development please update this Honorable House on the status of the removal of wrecks and derelict vehicles, inclusive of boats, from the 2017 hurricanes?
Very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to address the questions posed by the Honorable Member for the 2nd District. Mr. Speaker, members of the Honorable House would be aware that removal of derelict boats is presently being handled by the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration. Hence, my response will be focused on the removal of derelict vehicles. Mr. Speaker, on December 16, 2020, the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands decided to award a contract to Tortola Concrete Products for processing and exporting of derelict vehicles and other scrap metals from the temporary derelict vehicle site in Pocket Pond to Colombia, where they are being recycled. In the same sitting, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet also agreed to enter into a sales agreement with MET Global Inc. to purchase the scrap metals. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to inform this Honorable House that on February 25, 2021, a barge containing approximately 2,000 tons of scrap metal departed this territory and is presently, and at this time of the question, was presently en route to Colombia. It has since returned. This volume of scrap metal included about 1,800 derelict vehicles. We anticipate that within the next 2 to 3 months, another load of scrap metal will be exported for the recycling purpose. In light of this, Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming weeks, the Department of Waste Management will be engaged in the aggressive campaign to tag, collect, and remove all remaining derelict vehicles throughout the territory. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, we would, as I may have mentioned in a statement, that the derelict vehicles from Anegada has since been removed. Those from Jocelyn Dyke will be removed, Virgin Gorda, and the process, the war on derelict vehicles, will continue in this upcoming months and weeks and months. I would like to take this opportunity to invite members of the public to actively help us to get rid the territory of derelict vehicles by contacting the Department of Waste to report the location of any and all derelict vehicles that would require removal, and specific to the 2nd District, to report all that is within the 2nd District for removal. Persons can call the numbers 468-4934 or email dwm@gov.vg. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, would the minister be in a position to tell us if the removal of derelict vehicles the program was started on the island of Jocelyn Dyke, or is it one that will commence and continue in a total removal of vehicles? Because I'm not sure. I heard you say continue, but I'm not sure if you mentioned about them being collected at any point.
Mr. Speaker, I'll have to look as it relates to that, because I know Anegada or no Virgin Gorda, but as to whether or not before, because the trip or the trips of which I speak would have been the fourth and fifth trip from the time this program started in 2018. I do know that the department was charged with identifying derelict vehicles all through the territory, Jost Van Dyke, not left out, and if it is not, I do know this being the last trip of that program, we would be able to get this accomplished and get this done. I think we have maybe about 30 or 40 derelict vehicles over there, and if it is so, we'll do it. I would say, however, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not sure because, you know, there are some operators who love to hold on to their derelict vehicles. And although they can strip it of the engine, strip it of the whatever they need to salvage, these persons still hold it. So all through the territory, we are plagued with this. I found my dad's 1976 Pontiac Grand Le Mans on one of the trips that was going to be salvaged because we had to clean up the entire island, not only from the hurricane of 2017, but we're talking about way back. So there's still some work to be done, lots of work, and each one of us would be encouraged to tell folks within our remit, I guess, that they should let go. Take a picture of the derelict vehicles, post it, but let it go. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
No jokes.
Mr. Speaker, the question was any vehicles collected from Jost Van Dyke? That was the question.
And I answered, I will be specific on it.
And we get an explanation from here to Timbuktu on everything except Jost Van Dyke. So, Mr. Speaker, question number 2. Mr. Speaker, there continues to be complaints from the residents in my constituency of Jost Van Dyke on the unfit and unsanitary conditions they have to endure since being placed in temporary domes since 2017. Could the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House how much longer the people have to continue to live like this?
Mr. Speaker, just for my own purpose, how do you answer the question as to how much longer the people have to continue to live like this? It is difficult to answer this question, but I'll try. Mr. Speaker, the issue of, I have a written part to this, you know, but okay, let me read what's written, and then I'll come back because there will surely be a follow-up. Mr. Speaker, to date, 3 persons, and this was written there, 3 persons remain in domes. This is written on Jost Van Dyke. 2 of those persons have been approved to receive a social home, which has been publicly tendered through the Ministry of Finance Procurement Unit. Furthermore, the recently revised housing policy and the additional funding, which was approved by Cabinet, will provide a more permanent solution for the remaining persons still occupying the dome, as well as another 10 applicants from Jost Van Dyke who are presently being considered for housing assistance. Based on the existing procurement process, Mr. Speaker, we are optimistic that work on these homes will commence. They have here within the next 3 months. I'll wait on the follow-up and then I can answer the question most substantively. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this question initially asked to the Minister on the 20th of February 2020.
Your voice is dropping.
To which the Minister responded that contracts were awarded. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, there has been about 2 community meetings that the persons who live in temporary homes were promised that by the end of December 2020, after the approvals were given, that there would be some works done. Mr. Speaker, the concern is that people are still living in very unfit and unsafe and unsanitary situations, Mr. Speaker. And the ministry took the responsibility to go through the process of helping persons. Mr. Speaker, I am stating and asking that since 2017, I am just trying to find out from my constituents on the island of Just Van Dyke, when these persons that remain in these domes will be housed in the facility that has been agreed to by the ministry responsible for which the minister has the portfolio.
Sorry, I didn't get the actual question.
Member for the second, do you mind repeating your question?
Mr. Speaker, when will the people of Just Van Dyke be able to sit in a house that has been promised since the approvals were given, that will be environmentally sound and safe for them?
Okay, Mr. Speaker. I've stated on numerous occasions, and the member was correct in dating it back to 2020, about, in fact, the honorable leader of the opposition posed a number of questions in terms of the development. We are challenged in 1 or 2 different corners here, because as it relates to persons throughout this territory, we opine the fact that when the analysis was done, it was $39–40 million required. There was $50 granted or placed in this program by the government prior. And in order for us to get the kind of help that we need to the people, we had to take a number of that out of loans, put it into the grant program. This grant program took a while because the very reason for the commission of inquiry is that if for any reason you don't allow the process to work, Mr. Speaker, you will then be charged or have an inquiry, and all of the soldiers will be out there saying the minister interfered, the minister interfered. But that doesn't answer the question as to when people will be placed in their home. This government, as I have mentioned over and over and over again, have been looked at in terms of what we've had to face. We've had to face, do we get the $400 million, of which a large of that, part of that was in place to repair these homes, repair the administration buildings, repair the ports, repair schools, repair all of the particular territory, Mr. Speaker. But based on what we would have had to go against, we decided to take it in a different route. Mr. Speaker, we've had more homes and more commitments. I exited the hall just a few minutes ago so I can get clarifications on some of these very questions. The homes, one, but we also have the community centers, which we'll speak about again. The fact is that the process is too slow. When you look in terms of getting homes repaired, homes fixed, it takes too long. But at the end of the day, the minister has a responsibility in terms of trying to direct the committees who, in fact, the member was a part of setting up. The committees are in place, the committees are working. It takes a
Point
while,
of
Mr.
information,
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker.
if I can be allowed to finish the
Point
answer.
of information,
The member is refusing to yield.
Point of information, Mr.
Honourable
Speaker.
member. the
Mr.
member-
Speaker, you allow these ministers to continue
Okay, you
to
want to
answer
sit down?
questions
Wait,
that
wait,
wasn't
sorry.
asked.
Honourable
Do you wish for me
member.
to sit down?
Honourable member, under the
You,
standing orders,
you wish for me to sit down?
if members
ahead.
wish not to yield, then they don't have to yield.
But Mr. Speaker, you're not.
Go ahead,
you're
go
not,
ahead, go
You're
ahead.
not being fair in this house.
Go ahead, go
Well,
ahead.
what do you want me to do? If members are not willing to yield, which under the standing order, they don't have to yield if they're
No,
not
go ahead,
willing to.
member.
How is not that being fair?
Mr. Speaker, I asked a specific question to when the people of Just Fund are going to receive and be able to go in a house that's conducive and environmentally strong. Mr. Speaker, I hearing about the $400 million guarantee and all of this. Mr. Speaker, I just want to know for the people of Just Fund who sent me here. That's all I want to try to hear. But you seem to have a liking to hear a long story.
Member for the second district, I will caution you to be careful with the language used towards the speaker. Standing order 37B speaks clearly that if a member is not willing to yield, then that member has to take up his time. If you are not satisfied with the question or the answer, then that's a different matter. Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I took a while before I even started to answer this because I was trying to avoid answering it in the spirit in which it was asked. When would these persons be allowed to enter into their homes? Now, Mr. Speaker, let me give the answer then that the member will not like. The fact is that each rep, district and territorial, are afforded over $150,000 each year. The member has only been here 6 years, I believe. In addition, for the pandemic, an additional $300,000 was afforded to each member. So, the subjective nature in which this question is being asked, the only spirit it could be answered is, does the member really care? Because at the end of the day, this could have been answered in some regards. I am trying to allow for the process itself to work. I am admitting it is too slow. I'm admitting that we've had to use over $75 million and redirect it in other regards. These persons would be getting into their particular homes with the help of the minister responsible for health and social development in a manner which will be deemed too late anyway. But I'll continue to do all that is required in order for us to get them home until everyone is home, Mr. Speaker. But members who continue to ask, and some of them only need $10,000, we've spent over some $1.5 million since they're here, some $600,000 since they're here. And if they really, really care, then let's see how much effort was put towards this. I will continue to do all that is required within the ministry. I will continue to do all within what is allowed without going to one of the institutions for which I'm in charge of, Balsam Gut. So we will make sure that this is done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for the second, you have a follow-up?
It is suggested now that I don't care, but I heard nothing about the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health and Social Development, through his ministry, after taking office in February of 2019, is the minister responsible for the housing project. He is the minister responsible for getting people back in their houses. I have a responsibility to the people of my constituency to represent their concerns, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I'm doing. So the passing buck game, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to accept it. The minister needs to stop giving excuses and execute the projects to help these people get back in their homes, because we are approaching hurricane season, Mr. Speaker, and it has been 2 years of the same repeated answer and excuses, Mr. Speaker. I will move on to my next question.
Honourable Member for the second. So you see, you're now being unfair because you just got up and say that I'm allowing the minister to accuse you of not caring. Now you got up and said that the minister is finding excuses. So both of them are in the same vein. So if we're going to be consistent, let's be consistent. Members, let me repeat again, according to the standing orders, that you are to respect each other, and members are not to insult each other in this house. I've said that the last time, standing order 38.4, you can't insult other members in the House of Assembly. Standing order 38.5, you cannot suggest proper motive. But don't tell me that one side must get away with it, and when the other side does it, the Speaker is not being fair. We don't want it happen on either side. Member for the second, you're recognized. For question, for the next question.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue to do my job and do it to the best of my ability. Mr. Speaker, question number three. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please inform this Honorable House on the advancements that have been made, if any, to restore and rebuild the community centers in Bruce Bay and King Garden Bay since my last inquiry in this Honorable House for the edification of these stakeholders?
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to answer this objectively placed question. Mr. Speaker, both the Bruce Bay and King Garden Bay community centers are in advanced stages of planning and contracting. According to the contractor to provide the architectural services, Edwin Adams Architectural Services, the design for the new roof for Bruce Bay Community Center was submitted to the Building Authority on March 2nd, 2021. Once approval is granted, and I checked to see if now that we are April 22nd, whether or not this approval was had. The officer told me it is not. Once approval is granted, the project will be priced by a certified quantity surveyor, and then works will be publicly tendered as is the established process. Again, we'll continue to do this because it's too long in going. Mr. Speaker, my ministry recently received a priced bill of quantities from the King Garden Bay Community Center from BCQS, who was assigned with this task. The repair works for this project will be tendered shortly, but it was one area, Mr. Speaker, that I am now informed that was lacking. Number one, an as-built floor plan for this particular project. This is being done as approval has now been granted to do this. At a point of information, Mr. Speaker, I must note that in an effort to protect the center from constant vandalism and break-ins during the last quarter of 2020, new commercially graded security doors were installed at this facility. The team at the Ministry of Health and Social Development continued to work within the established parameters to ensure community centers requiring needed repairs are done in as timely a manner as the system allows. This is particularly important as these facilities serve critical functions to the communities concerned, especially during the hurricane season. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in any of these, just in response or follow-up, in any of these exercises that have been carried out between the King Garden Bay Community Center and the Bruce Bay Community Center, Mr. Speaker, have the people, the stakeholders, the communities of these two areas been involved in any of this process since the works or preliminary works and designs have been started?
I just want to seek clarification. I don't know, I'll be accused of asking the member a question, but was the member involved in the Bruce Bay? Did the member see the Bruce Bay plans? Because if he did, then I'll say yes. If he did not, I'll say no.
Mr. Speaker, the question was, were the stakeholders of the communities in either King Garden Bay or Bruce Bay involved in any of the works that have started regarding these two projects? Since this is question to the opposition, Mr. Speaker, I would say to the minister, no, sir, I have not.
Yep. Okay, good. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I must state that we didn't have a community meeting as regards the Bruce Bay Center. The King Garden Bay, I came in and it was in train already, so I can't say if the honorable member who held the position immediately before was empowered or did hold any community meetings for the King Garden Bay one. But the Bruce Bay one, no, I did not hold a community meeting, but I was then misinformed because I was of the opinion that the floor plans or the particular structure was that the honorable member for the second was informed or had a privilege to see or be engaged in terms of what attained. If it is not so, then I was misinformed, and we'll have that corrected forthwith with floor plans and whatever else attains. Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, member for the second?
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to collect my thoughts. There was a lot said, so I'm trying to put them together. Takes a little time for the member for the second. Mr. Speaker, I'll put that on the to be continued. I'll move on to question number 5.
It's number 4.
Question number 4, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in several public reports given by the Minister for Health and Social Development, we continue to see an increase in the number of COVID tests taken in the Dr. D. Orlando Hospital, Smith Hospital. Mr. Speaker, would the Minister for Health and Social Development please give this Honorable House the breakdown of these tests by geographic locations? A, Tortola, B, Anegada, C, Virgin Gorda, D, Just Van Dyke, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I preface this question by letting the public know that this has been on the order paper since the 22nd of September, 2020.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to answer this question again. I did update the numbers to reflect what currently exists as of, well, this was written since April 5th, even actually after the first time it was placed, and I updated the number to reflect as of the 19th. So, Mr. Speaker, as Minister for Health and Social Development, I have made it my intent and purpose to ensure I continue to keep this Honorable House and the people of the territory duly informed of pertinent matters in relation to COVID-19 response. This is possible through the support of a cadre of professionals who continue to go above and beyond the call of duty to ensure the territory remains safe as we address any gaps which may exist in our system. Mr. Speaker, the government at the onset of this pandemic spent considerable funds to ensure our testing capabilities at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital were on par and would be able to meet the needs of this territory. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I can report the following numbers of tests conducted as of 19th April 2021. In Tortola, 33,491. In Anegada, 372. In Virgin Gorda, 948. In Jocelyn Dyke, 563, for a total number of tests conducted of 35,374. I would note for the record, Mr. Speaker, these tests also account for the situations in August to September 2020, when all the residents of Anegada and Jocelyn Dyke were tested after the reported case of travelers from this territory tested positive on arrival in St. Vincent, as well as tests conducted on visitors and residents at points of entry throughout the territory for entry screening and quarantine. Thank you.
Got just the number for the amount of tests on Just Van Dyke again, please, for the record.
Total 563, inclusive of residents and visitors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to ask questions of the Honorable Minister of Health and to ask questions in this Honorable House, as is my duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there intervention from the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, when I answered a question from the member for the third, there was a question he asked. I wish to bring clarity to that question now, if I may.
Sure.
In my answer yesterday to his question, which is question number 5, my last statement read or spoke of a summary of the 12th actuarial report. Mr. Speaker, that was a mistake. Reason being, because that report was laid on the table that very day. So it should have been the final report is here and not an interim report.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I thank you for that clarification. Honourable members, we'll take a 2-minute recess and we'll resume with the readings of bills. This Honourable House is now in recess for 2 minutes. Please be seated. This Honorable House resumes its sitting. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance, Leader of Government Business, and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, the next item on the paper is one, Mr. Speaker, where it's dear to my government's heart and it's extremely needed, but we will go into more of it into the second reading and the third reading. But, Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot of things in this territory, and it is time to bring legislation to bear so that what are facts can be dealt with and what are not can be discarded. And we continue to bring good governance legislation. There's no other government in the world that has brought so many good governance legislation, Mr. Speaker, than this government. No other government in the world, in the BVI, I would say, in the history of the BVI, not the world, but in the BVI history. And this integrity in public life, Mr. Speaker, is to add on to the Contractor General and to add on to the whistleblower, so that, Mr. Speaker, wherever persons feel that there's any question of integrity that it can be looked into by a commission and by all these stages, and they found that the person or any public officer or anyone acting out of turn, then the penalties are severe. So this will stop a lot of the blah, blah, blah. And we get down to the nitty-gritty of it. Also, persons, Mr. Speaker, will have to show where their assets are and what all they own to make sure it's justifiable and not gain through the ill means as a public officer. I feel confident to bring this bill, Mr. Speaker, so I motion for the introduction of the first reading of a bill where no one forced us to bring, no one asked us to bring it, no one implied that we should bring it. Instead, we campaigned on it, and now it is here. We did this as a government on our own.
Honorable Premier.
So,
Honorable Premier.
yes, sir.
Why don't we take a 2-minute recess? We have a point of privilege.
Okay.
The House will be in 2-minute recess.
Okay.
This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Before I call on the clerk, let me offer birthday greetings to the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District. I see the back is filled up with a lot of baskets and cards, etc. So I hope that no member will get jealous. I'm sure your birthday will come soon. At this time, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business. 1, government business. Introduction and first reading.
I call on the Honorable Minister of Finance, Premier, member for the 1st District, Leader of Government Business, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a saying says that when nothing wrong with when something goes wrong and starting over, because you don't start over from scratch. You really start over with experience. So with that experience from the first go around, I'll start again. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to bring forward a next piece of good governance legislation to this honorable House by this government. And as I said, no other government in the history of this territory has brought more suite of good governance in one term than this government. And Mr. Speaker, this one that we are bringing is Integrity in Public Life Act 2021. And I thought it is only timely, Mr. Speaker, because there are many persons now who have joined up to try to malign my government and my name. But I'm with this government together. We're putting in legislation, Mr. Speaker, where if anyone have anything on an elected official or a public officer, put up or shut up. And when you bring it, Mr. Speaker, with the whistleblowing legislation, you'll be paid for the information that you cause action. And if you don't have anything, then you will pay for bringing falsehood. Because I'm tired of persons' name in this country being maligned and persons laughing and thinking that it's a joke, and your persons over the years, families are destroyed and a lot of purpose is destroyed in this country. So the same government where they think or saying that doesn't have integrity in some quarters, this government has brought forward a Contractor General legislation to make sure contracts are done fairly. This government has brought forward the whistleblowing legislation so that you could whistle and come forward what you have. And this government now is bringing the integrity in public life, where everyone will know through this legislation what your assets are. If you have gained your wealth through regular means as an elected official, as a public officer. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no hiding. And we're going to put them in place so that this territory can once and for all have something concrete to move on and carry to the funeral home Mr. and Mrs. Melaine Gossip. And with pride, Mr. Speaker, I say that no one has forced this government to bring this legislation. Nobody has asked this government to bring this legislation. Nobody has insisted that this government bring this legislation. No commission of inquiry has caused this legislation to come. It was always in the pipeline, and we campaigned on it. And I'm glad that it's here. And we will move with haste to have public meetings and get this in, so that whatever needs to be investigated from early can be investigated and shut down where there's no evidence, and move forward where there's evidence. This will be a vindicator for a lot of persons' name, and it will deal with a lot who claim innocence but might be otherwise. So with great joy, finally, I thank the Attorney General's office, because I bugged her enough and kept her up by night, she and her office and her, to make sure that this is done. So I move a motion for the introduction and the first reading of this historic bill, which, Mr. Speaker, has been brought also on behalf of the governor and myself, I must say, because you cannot do it without the arm of the public service, because the public service itself is under the governor, but there are a lot of statutory bodies and other organizations under ministers. So I told the governor I would gladly make sure that I mentioned that is coming from both here and myself because the Constitution have some of it under him, but it was no means requested by him. It was something our government has been pushing, but he has assisted in making sure that we move it forward. So I must give credit where credit is due. So, Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction and first reading of this historic bill entitled Integrity in Public Life Act 2021. In street language, we should call this act put up or shut up. So I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Act 2021. I call for my accusers now. Mr. Speaker, so I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Act 2021 be granted. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call again on the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my Deputy Premier for seconding a historic bill. And I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Act 2021. And I will explain its provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Andrew Alturo, move this historical bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Act 2021 be now read a first time, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I, Natalio Dixon Wheatley, second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Act 2021 be now read a first time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Integrity in Public Life Act 2021.
Thank you. I call again upon the Leader of Government Business to move another motion in regards to the Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise again to bring another bill, amendment, named the Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, this again is a game changer in the tourism industry, where we will be reducing the cost so that home porting cruises can start from the BVI, and also we can lower the cost for marine vessels registered in the BVI for charters so that we can bring back the Ark of the Covenant, the modern day Ark of the Covenant, back to the BVI. When David lost it, he went for it. And this is a first piece of legislation that will allow us to go back for our act that everyone is telling this government that we lost, not saying because of COVID-19. So, Mr. Speaker, again I rise to move a motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill entitled Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021 be granted. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call again upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this bill is part of the speech of us moving the economy into overdrive, the engine is already revving. I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021 and will explain its provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Title Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021.
I call again upon the Leader of Government Business for another motion for the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles says, we didn't come here to sell ice cream. Come to work. And those two bills are heavy. But before I move on, Mr. Speaker, I crave this House indulgence as we make some amendments on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remove 8.1 Roman numeral 4 and Roman numeral 6. So that's 8.1 Roman numeral 4 and Roman numeral 6 from the order paper, Mr. Speaker, and have now Roman numeral 5 to become now Roman numeral 4 and to have all the other numbering follow suit after the new Roman numeral 4. Mr. Speaker, I know it sounds a little confusing, so let me go through it one more time. I'd like to make an amendment on the order paper. I move a motion to make an amendment from 8.1 Roman numeral 4 to be removed and Roman numeral 6 to be removed from on the order of the day from the government business section, and to move up now Roman numeral 5 to now be Roman numeral 4, and all other items after that to move up accordingly to now be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, etc. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second that motion.
The motion is on the floor to remove from item number 8.1 Roman numeral 4 and 6 from the order of the day. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it, which means now the paper is also renumbered. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also come with another game changer here with the Merchant Shipping Act, Amendment Act 2021, that will help our Virgin Islands Shipping Registry to move in a new paradigm and also help us with helping it to become even a great revenue earner. We're on the road to do that and also get it ready for the III code inspection that is up and coming. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move a motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021. I move that leave be granted to introduce the bill, to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 and will explain its provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Premier in regard to suspension of Standing Order 52-2 in regard to the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as written in the procedural guide, page 7, I move a motion for the suspension of the Standing Order 52-2 to allow for the second reading of the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, so I move that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 to be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I now call on the Premier and Leader of Government's business.
I thank this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'll read some of the objects and reasons. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that the amendment to the Merchant Shipping Act 2001, number 13 of 2001, expands the circumstances in respect of which the Registrar of Shipping and Seamen may terminate the registration of a Virgin Islands ship, enables a ship mortgagee to assert his or her rights before termination of registration is finalized, and clarifies questions as to the applicability of the Act in proceedings involving ships to extend the jurisdiction of the court in respect of offenses committed on board ships and to make provision for connected matters. I need to add, Mr. Speaker, also, that in doing this, Mr. Speaker, it helps to strengthen the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry to be able to be more prepared for the upcoming III code, but it also strengthens their capabilities to be able to handle a plethora of issues in shipping registry and marine overall that will make our destination a very attractive one for ships and even larger ships. The Merchant Shipping Act 2001, the Act provides a comprehensive framework in the British Virgin Islands for the registration of Virgin Islands ships and other connected matters, including the regulation of masters and seamen, prevention of collision and safety of navigation, safety of life at sea, carriage of bulk cargoes and dangerous cargoes, among other things. The UK Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, MCA, during their 2018 audit of the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, VISR as it is known, identified in 2018 two significant gaps in the Virgin Islands Merchant Shipping Act. The gaps identified were the Virgin Islands' inability to deregister a vessel for cause and the questionable authority of the Virgin Islands to enforce BVI law on a Virgin Islands ship on the high seas or elsewhere outside the Virgin Islands, or on board any foreign ship to which the person does not belong. These are both legal and functional requirements of any flag administration. BVI law applies on Virgin Islands ships in BVI waters and on the high seas, and the territory must have the legal framework to support this responsibility. The Act presently provides that the registrar may terminate a ship's registration if it would be detrimental to the interests of the Virgin Islands or if international shipping. For a registered ship to continue to be registered, this would likely extend to any situation where a Virgin Islands ship or persons on board a Virgin Islands ship are involved in the commission of certain international crimes, including drug trafficking. The reputational risk to the British Virgin Islands as one of the leading offshore financial centers and ship registries globally are readily apparent in those circumstances. Accordingly, it is necessary to expressively legislate additional powers to allow the registrar of ships, shipping and seamen, the registrar, to terminate the registration of a Virgin Islands ship for cause including where any such ship is used or any person on board such ship is engaged anywhere in the world in the commission of any offense that is contrary to the laws of the Virgin Islands, and particularly those relating to money laundering, predicate of offenses such as drug trafficking, and to clarify the circumstances in which the registrar may exercise his or her discretion to terminate the registration of Virgin Islands ships, including where such ships are implicated in such illicit activities. Jurisdiction concerning offenses committed extraterritorially and the extent of the enforcement powers under the Act in relation to the prosecution of offenses committed on board a Virgin Islands ship by any person within the jurisdictional boundaries of another state or territory were also insufficient to support a maritime administration. The scope of the Virgin Islands enforcement jurisdiction with respect to any offense committed under the Act is linked to the territoriality and nationality principles. That is, the British Virgin Islands will only have jurisdiction under the Act over offenses that are committed by a person, provided that the person who is the subject of a complaint, of any complaint, is at any place in the Virgin Islands for the time being. The territoriality principle, or who is present on board any ship being in, lying, or passing off any coast, bay, channel, or any navigable Virgin Islands water. The territoriality principle, or who is a Virgin Islands citizen on board a Virgin Islands ship on the high seas or in any foreign port or harbor, or a foreign ship on which he does not belong, provided that such person is found within the jurisdiction of the courts of the Virgin Islands, which would have had jurisdiction in relation to the offense if it had been committed on board a Virgin Islands ship within the limits of its ordinary jurisdiction, the nationality and territoriality principles. The legislation here today proposes remedies to address the main priority areas above. It proposed that the Act be amended to expand the circumstances in respect of which the registrar may terminate the registration of a ship. The Act provides that the registrar shall notify all registered mortgagees of the closure of a ship's registration at the instance of the registrar. And the insistence also. It broadens the jurisdictional remit of the Act to cover offenses committed by anyone, anywhere on board or in relation to a Virgin Islands ship. Mr. Speaker, it also strengthens the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry's capability to be fully prepared for the upcoming III code inspection so that this territory can remain and maintain its Category 1 shipping. Mr. Speaker, legislations like these, including the legislation that will be coming to this Honorable House in short order, in less than a month's time, where the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry will be now a statutory body, agency, will allow it to perform its duties with less bureaucracy, but still maintain the integrity of the industry, of the shipping registry, and of the Category 1, and the red enzyme, and all the international regulations that it must adhere to. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I must commend the head managing director of the shipping registry and his entire staff, Mr. Samuel and his entire staff, for what they have done in very short time to have the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry set sail and on course towards success, Mr. Speaker, to pass all the international audits. We have seen already the first stage of the audit, the ISO 9001-2015, has already been successfully passed by the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, allowing the ship to continue to sail towards prosperity and, Mr. Speaker, towards success of passing the other phases, which will now be the III code. Mr. Speaker, all the legislations and policies that needs to be in place, Mr. Speaker, from more than 5 years ago, have now been accelerated to ensure that this territory remains on the cutting edge in this industry and in this section of the maritime. But in addition, Mr. Speaker, through the hard work of this government, channeled through the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry in this area, it is projected, Mr. Speaker, at a minimum to start per year, at a minimum, would be roughly $15 million of revenue that have never been realized in this territory, that have passed us by for years because of our lack of vigilance and attention to the maritime section. Mr. Speaker, this will also bring a lot of law and order to regulate what happens on the sea. And Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry is now in possession of the boat that was purchased a few years ago, and it was turned over to Health, but it really was bought for Shipping Registry, but it was turned over to Health to be transformed, I could only call, into an ambulance boat. But the boat was already built, Mr. Speaker, to be able to handle a multiplicity of areas like fire and rescue at sea, even the health emergencies, and a plethora of areas. And Mr. Speaker, through the cooperation of the Premier's Office, Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, and the Ministry of Health, thanks to the Minister of Health, we have now this boat, Mr. Speaker, which will put the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry to be, once fully repaired, to be right on track to be government's official search and rescue team, which, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to sign MOUs literally from governments to governments. And Mr. Speaker, with no offense, but not from a government to a private entity, because it leaves a liability with government anyway. But we do cherish the work of all private entities that help us in that area. but it was time for us, Mr. Speaker, as a territory, to move in this direction. So, Mr. Speaker, this is another area where, in the speech that I stated last week, that we're moving into overdrive with our economy. Because this, Mr. Speaker, with the registration of ships and us getting online with all that we need to get in line with the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, will, like I say, per annum to start with, and that's just starter, bring a minimum of $15 million to our treasury, Mr. Speaker. $15 million that we did not have and counting. It is our aspiration to make sure as we go along we get larger ships to be registered here. And Mr. Speaker, that will increase the projected amount of money from the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry that the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry will now be targeting. And it will be a good complement and in certain areas be able to replace lost revenue, but a good complement to our financial services, Mr. Speaker, with the register of the ships. And also in the areas where financial services is being challenged, this is one of the many plans I can say now that will allow us to replace some of the revenues. Not all, but replace some. And maybe even as we develop even a good chunk of it, but if we do not have to replace it, it will be a good addition to it. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and the Attorney General can bear me out, that the number of legislations and policies and work has gone into the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry from December to now, Mr. Speaker, was quite voluminous. It is a lot of work, a lot of reading. And Mr. Speaker, you will recall that we had other legislations in this House. And Mr. Speaker, we have one more major piece, as I stated before, which is coming to the House to allow it to be a statutory body. That is what I meant, Mr. Speaker, in layman's term, as I said, what our Honorable Territorial at-large member, Honorable Sherry De Castro says, that we are all a piece of the puzzle. And this is bringing piece of the economic puzzle together. First, Mr. Speaker, you heard me speak about the Cruising and Home Port Permit Act. This is not separate from this, because our aim is that the more of our cruises that we can get started from the BVI, then the more of the ships we can get registered in the BVI, which will mean more revenue, Mr. Speaker. So everything fits as piece and part of the puzzle. And that's what I meant to with my other grand lady, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles, that this government is not here selling ice cream. We came to work. And Mr. Speaker, it takes a lot of work to get these legislations here. And that's why I'm stunned when I hear persons who should know better telling the people how much legislations we bring into this honorable House and trying to pass and what is this and what is the other, when we are trying to make sure that we strengthen our institutions and we're trying to make sure that we gain needed revenue, and we're trying to make sure that wherever our financial services or other areas are going to be hit, that we can see if we can shore up other areas and bring new areas, and those need legislation. And that is why we bring this legislation today in the Cruising and Home Port legislation, which will be debated in the next sitting of this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and many more to come, and many more that have gone already. They're all part and parcel, Mr. Speaker, because let us not fool ourselves. It's going to be very rare in this territory that we get a one industry like financial services that's going to be the single most cash cow. It's going to be very rare when those things happen. Therefore, we have to make sure that we look at a diaspora of areas to be able to bring new revenues and also to be able to replace any revenues that may be lost. So it's a long road ahead, but we have started. And Mr. Speaker, the truth be told, this really should have been done quite a while ago from reading the files. COVID-19 caused a little major delay because, Mr. Speaker, there are those who want to speak of this country and divorce us from the challenges of COVID-19, but it's impossible. But now we are where we are. So I want to commend the staff and the leadership of the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, and I want to thank my government also for their assistance and leadership here, because they know that we had to pass a lot of supplementary money to get the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry up and running to where it should be, and also for them to agree to the changes that we had to make inside the shipping registry, and also to the Premier's office, my PS, and the whole staff for pushing and working very diligently, consistently, professionally to get where we are. And again, I thank the Attorney General and her office. The AG usually knows that when she sees me calling, I'm coming by her. She tries to tack sometime or other way because she says she's in a dark place and hope that I don't find her because she know more work is coming. But we always end up meeting each other. And the work has been coming out. So I want to thank all those who made this happen, Mr. Speaker. On that, I move for that this bill now be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, I presented this Honorable House. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while on my feet, I'll give my very brief contribution to this important amendment. Mr. Speaker, I think the Premier was very comprehensive in speaking to the objects and reasons for this amendment, but I will just briefly reiterate some things which the Premier said. Firstly, I want to join with him in extending my appreciation and congratulations to Director of the Shipping Registry, Mr. John Samuel, and his team for the hard work they have been doing to ensure that we are going to maintain our Category 1 status, and that we run a shipping registry which is modern and which is equipped and up to the task in helping to improve our economy. And I know that there was a lot of work that had to be done to prepare for the evaluations, and I'm grateful that they were able to do that. I'd also like to reiterate that this important amendment was identified during an audit. The need for this amendment was identified during an audit by the UK Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. And certainly this amendment will help to strengthen the legislative framework to allow us to do things like fight transnational crime, of which drug trafficking is a part. And Mr. Speaker, as a territory, we have nothing to be ashamed of because we are making seizures of drugs here. It shows that we are united in the fight against drug trafficking. And I think this amendment adds to the effort of ensuring we're able to prosecute drug traffickers. And certainly, the Premier made it very clear, basically the two main aspects of this amendment, which is the ability for the registrar to deregister a vessel or to terminate a ship's registration, as well as expanding the jurisdictional remit to be able to prosecute under BVI law persons who may be outside of the BVI, but they're on a BVI ship, or Virgin Island citizens outside what would normally be our jurisdictional remit. These are things that the technical persons have brought to us. We trust their judgment. They have explained it to us. We accept their explanation. We know that this is something that's necessary and that will help us to improve our shipping registry and to help us maintain our Category 1 status. So again, Mr. Speaker, I thank those persons at the shipping registry for all the hard work and all the other agencies working with them to make sure we maintain our status and to continue to improve and bring out the greatest potential in our shipping registry. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contributions. Before we open the floor for debate, I'd just like to recognize the persons in the gallery, including the Director of Shipping Registry, Mr. John Samuels. Members, the floor is open for debate. With no indication of any member wishing to participate in the debate, I call upon the Premier, who is the mover of the bill, to, I'm now seeing the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Corbin Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to make brief comments on this very important bill. The fact is, this entire act, this entire industry is one which has been braved, have been talked about for many years. And whatever is possible, whether from Cabinet, the House of Assembly, or in any regard, even personally, to effect this, to make this best you could, then it is going to be critical that we do this. Having had a short stay in terms of seeking home registrations for tugs and barges and what have you, and be it Honduras, be it UK, be it, I think it's St. Vincent, but they're areas, because each of these various industry, there are home ports that have basically been more world-renowned in terms of the ports for registrations. Mr. Speaker, no doubt the entire membership and staff that has worked tirelessly to secure, to bring into effect the Category 1 status and to maintain all of the international requirements, it could not be better manned or better occasioned by staff, because the men and women that makes up the entire team. But it is critical to give whatever support, because in an economy which is challenged for resources, you have to be mindful to lend the proper financial resources to those industries that can effect the greatest return and get that third and fourth economic pillar, of which is so elusive in some regards. The Premier, Minister of Agriculture, and Education, they have, even you yourself, Mr. Speaker, have come to the table in terms of measures still to be assented to get that third and fourth. So there are a lot of efforts being placed to make sure that the natural elements that would have effect on our tourism industry and the man-made elements that will have effect on our financial service industry, we must be able to supplement these and do the best that we could in terms of developing to world standards. Because the late J.S. Archibald oft told me that when it came to registries, efficiency of registries here in the Virgin Islands, we are second to none. So when you look at the merchant shipping and whatever has to be done to get this on par with the business registry, the births and deaths, and all the other registry, land registry, I think that we can and will come up to speed. The professionals are here. They will know much more because they're charged with the duty. You have persons of experience, and where the experience is lacking, they will get from throughout the world. And it is our job in this House to support whatever and whichever legislations, regulations, amendments, and policies that would be required in order to do this. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when the tug Sussex was the first one that our family had, and we brought crews from the Grenadines, crews from Honduras, crews from Dominican Republic, and crews from here. And once you had the experience, because we had top-notch captains and engineers, and once they had the experience, they were able to safely maneuver all of these and can go and be employed. Now, with world standards, and the more you get into these various categories, you now have to have an advanced certificate even to throw the rope to the shore. So it has taken out from the territory a number of persons who otherwise could have been employed on some of these very same vessels. In fact, they can go down and repair the engine before any of the others can come and do this. But without the certification, you can't get your license, you can't get your securities, you can't get the people. So the Premier, I think he'll mention, if he didn't, the fact that he's working with Aislav de Stout Community College to make sure that our people are not left behind or too far behind when it comes to any of these emerging industries to which buildings are rented, staff is engaged, international publications are published, and the only thing is you have no local involved. We must be able to bring our people up to speed, and this government is committed to doing this, not only from the departments or ministries and or divisions responsible for the licensing, but also those who, once licensed, could be used everywhere in the world, because this is one of the areas where I've always say we can begin again to export our professional folks, so that it doesn't matter where in the world these skills are required, they could be sent to anywhere in the world for employment. It is an area in which we have, it's an industry in which we could brave about, and I think that with these amendments, we can begin the process, or resume the process, or continue the process of bringing our people, bringing the industry, bringing the registries to the standards of which it could be deemed world-class registries, processes housed in the British Virgin Islands. So we look forward to whatever amendments are required, whatever provisions are needed to be put in place, because these will evolve. No doubt there will be measures, even as we speak of this very important bill, that is still left out and could be included before it is passed. So we look forward to whatever could be done in order to get this accomplished. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister for Health and Social Development for his contributions. Members, the floor is still open for debate on the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021. I call upon the Honorable Premier to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for such a robust debate on the bill, and for everyone unanimously showing their support, whether in silence or in words. It means a lot to the territory. It shows that we're going in the right direction with the economy, with the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. Mr. Speaker, without any further ado, because we have a lot of work on this order paper to do for the people of the territory. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that, again, I commend the staff at the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry for all that they're doing. And, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll move that we go into the committee stage so that we can go through this clause by clause, Mr. Speaker, and then bring out one of the best bills that we can bring out in terms of the amendment to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This Honorable House is now in committee. Honorable members, is it your wish to proceed into the committee hearing, or should we break for lunch? I'm guided. I'm sorry? Okay, I'm hearing that people are here ready, so we should continue. Honorable Premier, do you have witnesses on this bill?
I have plenty witnesses, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. And
Okay, we could get the Sergeant Arms then too. How many persons you want up here?
well,
Sitting. Honorable members, we went through the Merchant Shipping Act clause by clause. We also invited witnesses from the shipping registry to appear before us. So with that said, I call upon the Honorable Premier to report.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee stage with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Merchant Shipping Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion on the Stamps Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the bill shortened and entitled Stamp Amendments Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would say that this amendment, Mr. Speaker, came from the bowels of the people. In January, this government went from District 1 to 9, holding a series of public meetings and gathering the views of the people of the Virgin Islands. And Mr. Speaker, while we were in those meetings, we had quite a bit of persons, especially young persons, that actually came out and also spoke with us after the meetings, and also called and WhatsApp and messaged us in different ways asking if the stamp duty that is paid can be waived with the initiative that we had can continue for any belonger that purchases a property or land or whatever it may be. Mr. Speaker, we have seen from the numbers from Inland Revenue that quite a bit of our people, what we would call the common man, has taken advantage of this and has benefited from this, what we can also call a stimulus. It also, Mr. Speaker, has brought some comments from persons in the real estate industry. And they've stated clearly, $1,000 or $5,000 or $7,000, Mr. Speaker, to those who have money, it seems like nothing. But that goes a long way to help persons who do not have it with this initiative, where we have waived the stamp duty for any belonger purchasing property, Mr. Speaker, whether they purchase it from a other belonger or they purchase it from a non-belonger. And Mr. Speaker, that has saved our people significant money during this time. And we have had a lot of persons, Mr. Speaker, thanking us for this initiative. When we did it first, there was a concern that only the rich would benefit from it. But, Mr. Speaker, it has been shown that all persons across the diaspora of this territory, or belongers or people, have truly benefit from this initiative and continue to benefit from it. Some of them are still waiting on the banks, and they were hoping that this initiative doesn't pass them by in terms of the time frame. And, Mr. Speaker, I want them to know that we did listen to the voice and the voices of the people, and we now are going to extend the time on this initiative a little further so that the people of the Virgin Islands can benefit from this more. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad as as part of this government to be doing this, to be able to help our people. This is another form of a stimulus, not directly giving our people money, but making sure that they don't have to spend much more money, especially those first-time landowners and those first-time homeowners. So, Mr. Speaker, with that said, it is as short as that, but very, very, very thorough, as we say in some dialects in the Caribbean, and very needed by much of our people. And I'm glad that they were able to get this opportunity, and that the opportunity now will be able to stay intact for a little while longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm on my feet, I'll give a very short contribution. Just to say, Mr. Speaker, that land has been the basis of the independence and the prosperity of the Virgin Islander. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Virgin Islands, and some persons wonder why some persons here seem to be prosperous and doing very well when they look at their houses and their possessions, etc. What a lot of persons don't understand is having access to land is a significant part of the Virgin Islands story. Following, of course, the collapse of the plantation system here, when the planter class basically abandoned the plantations and huge tracts of land were bought by our ancestors. It provided the basis for them to have lots of land that they could build homes on and that they can go to the bank with and get access to resources to build their businesses and to build their homes and to do other things with. I want to call on, Mr. Speaker, those persons who were gifted land by their parents and their grandparents to do the same for the younger generation. Many persons in my generation and those who have come after me are struggling to have land inherited because of family disputes. We have lots of land tied up, but if we want our young people to be able to move ahead and achieve their full potential, we have to pass on the land to them. And I'm glad that government is doing its part to ensure that land is accessible, particularly to our young persons through this stamp duty waiver. I applaud the Premier for bringing it, and I applaud the caucus members and cabinet members for making sure it has come forward. And I'm looking forward to the entire House of Assembly passing it. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I heartily support this amendment, and I'm looking forward to more young persons, more persons in general, getting access to land through concessions such as these. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the Stamps Amendment Act 2021. With no honourable member wishing to debate, I call upon the mover of the bill, the Honourable Premier, to wrap up.
I thank everyone, Mr. Speaker, for their input in this debate. because without this government voting for it together, it would not be possible. So I want to thank my members for their continued desire and thirst to help the people of the Virgin Islands, especially our young people, in any way that we can, that can help them in their quest to own their first piece of land or any more lands or property. Mr. Speaker, in these economic challenging times of COVID-19, any initiative of this sort goes a long way. So, Mr. Speaker, I now move that we go into the committee stage to go through this amendment clause by clause so that we can further extend the time of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Stamps Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
Act may be cited as the Stamps Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is now in committee. now resumes sitting. Members have reviewed the Stamp Amendment Act 2021 and have gone through clause by clause with an amendment. I now call upon the sponsor of the bill to report to this honorable House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that we have finished committee stage. And just in terms of some statistics, Mr. Speaker, this initiative up to February 26, 2021 has realized that 628 of our people, 628 of our people of the Virgin Islands belongers have taken advantage of this initiative, Mr. Speaker, which has saved our people $2,310,518, another stimulus that we have been able to do during this COVID-19 era and help our people of the Virgin Islands to be able to either own their first piece of land, as we say, or property, or to be able to invest in other properties and lands. So more of the territory is now in the hands of the people of the Virgin Islands, namely 628 more persons now have ensured that properties have remained in the hands of belongers. Mr. Speaker, this is what we give God all the glory and honor for. And this was an initiative when we brought it on that was said that we wouldn't realize these kind of numbers. It shows, Mr. Speaker, that once you keep your hands and hearts pure and according to the will of God, then the people always benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, the naysayers had this as a negative initiative, but the numbers have it as a positive initiative for the people of the Virgin Islands. And I want to congratulate all 628 belongers of the Virgin Islands who have benefited from this initiative. And now it has been extended until December 31st, 2021. And after that, that's it. More people of our people that buy property and own our lands, we own our country. And I encourage that, and I encourage our banks to continue with some of the initiatives that they have been doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Stamps Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Stamps Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed as amended. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion on the Administration of Small Estates Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Administration of Small Estates Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. And while I'm at it, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that the Administration of Estates Amendment Act 2021 was introduced and read for the first time in the House of Assembly on the 4th March 2021 by yours truly, the Premier and Minister of Finance, Andrew A. Foy. And Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to modernize now with our amendment the Administration of Small Estates Act, an old colonial era statute dating from the 1940s, which provides a simplified procedure for the administration of small estates which do not exceed $240 in value. The bill seeks to increase the figure of $240 to $25,000 in circumstances in which the testator dies domiciled in the British Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, the Administration of Small Estates Act Cap 4, and the key features, Mr. Speaker, is that some of the amendments provides for the short title and commencement date, amends the definition of small estates in the Administration of Small Estates Act by replacing the figure of 240 with the figure 25,000, amends subsection 1 of the Administration of Small Estates Act for clause 3 by making it clear that the act only applies to British Virgin Islands domiciliaries. Clause 4 amends section 7 of the Administration of Small Estates Act by increasing the fee payable for an application under the Act from 25 cents to $25. Clause 5 replaces Section 8 of the Administration of Small Estates Act, which previously imposed a maximum penalty of up to $120 or 6 months imprisonment for making a false statement to the registrar, with a maximum penalty of $25,000 or 12 months in prison. Mr. Speaker, the bill aims to modernize, as I said, the territory's simplified procedure for applying for grants of probate and letters of administration in circumstances in which the value of the estate is small and where disproportionate legal fees might be incurred in making an application pursuant to the procedure set out in the jurisdiction's non-contentious probate rules. It does so by increasing the maximum value of the estate to which the Administration of Small Estates Act applies from the out-of-date figure of $240 to a more realistic figure of $25,000, which is much more in line with the legislative provisions in force in other jurisdictions. This is being suggested so as to ensure that the legal fees for the application do not exceed or are not disproportionate to the bill also seeks to provide that the simplified procedure will only apply to the estates of those who died domiciled in the British Virgin Islands. The aim of this limitation is to ensure that the need for full British Virgin Islands grants is not eliminated in the international context, and so as to prevent abuse. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm on my feet, I'll just give a very, very brief contribution. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is making life easier and simpler for persons who have had a family member pass away, and they have to do things like probates and get letters of administration and things like that. And I think the key, Mr. Speaker, is that this was an archaic law from 1944 and has a value for small estates of $240, which that could barely buy you a bag of groceries today, Mr. Speaker. So increasing it to a more realistic figure of $25,000 to make it worth persons' while to go through the legal processes required to do things like letters of administration and the probate process in general. This is a victory, Mr. Speaker, for the common man, persons out there who would like to be able to get access to their inheritance, a more substantial figure being represented of $25,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that we were able to modernize this archaic piece of legislation, and we'll be saying similar things for the bills which are to follow, modernizing archaic laws and making the legal process work for everyone in this modern era, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The bill has been moved and seconded. Therefore, the floor is now open for debate. With no member indicating to me that they wish to debate, I call upon the sponsor of the bill to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for all the persons participating, which means our entire government, because we do agree. So I'll now move that this go into the committee stage.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Administration of Small Estates Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Administration of Small Estates Act 2021.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. The administration of Small Estate Amendment Act 2021 has gone through committee stages, and I therefore call upon the Premier, who is the sponsor of the bill, to report to this Honorable House.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Small Estates Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill entitled Administration of Small Estates Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and pass as passed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Administration of Small Estates Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and pass. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed, so I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Administration of Small Estates Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed. I now call on the Honorable Premier to move a motion regarding the bill Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021 was introduced and read for a first time in the House of Assembly on 4th March 2021 by yours truly, Premier Minister of Finance Andrew A. Foy. And the purpose of the bill, simple, Mr. Speaker, was simple. It seeks to abolish, to the extent that it still exists, an archaic rule of English public policy to the effect that any disposition in favor of issue born out of wedlock who are not alive when the disposition takes effect is void. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as we see, before English law was reformed in 1969, there was thought to exist a rule of public policy relating to unborn illegitimates to the effect that where someone by deed created a trust in favor of illegitimate issue at the date of the deed, then the trust was void as being contrary to public policy. Mr. Speaker, it's unclear whether this rule of public policy still exists. It could be argued that owing to the passage of time and changes in circumstances since the rule was formulated in England and Wales prior to the end of the 16th century, the rule no longer exists. It could also be argued that the rule was never extended to the territory, but those issues have never been considered by the courts, with the results that the law in this area is unclear. If the rule does still exist and was extended to the territory, its effect will be that provisions in trust, instruments, and wills which expressly provide for illegitimate relatives who have not yet been born will be ineffective. If that is the case, the impact of the rule will not have been appreciated by those settling trust in favor of such persons, and so their legitimate intentions will have been thwarted. Accordingly, the bill seeks to repeal the rule to the extent that it still exists. The amendment is being sought in the spirit of modernization, and its repeal would build on provisions of the Status of Children Act 2013. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill read a second time, and I now present this bill to this Honorable House. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. While I'm on my feet, I'll give a very brief contribution, Mr. Speaker. Again, we come to amend what is considered to be an archaic law, which basically led to a different treatment between children who are born, and this is to use, I guess, a phrase that has long been used, children born legitimately and illegitimately. I prefer to say children born in wedlock and out of wedlock. And certainly, in the past, children born outside of wedlock were treated differently by the law. And in this particular situation, when a trust was created, essentially providing some disposition in favor to a quote-unquote child which was illegitimate, and the child was not alive when that disposition took effect, that disposition would be void. And this seeks to correct that, and I would remind the House and members of the public that some years ago we did seek to equalize, I forget the name of the act, I think it might have been a Status of Children Act, or someone will correct me if I'm wrong there, to equalize children born in and out of wedlock. So this is consistent with that, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the Premier for bringing it, and I'm looking forward to going through committee stage with this and passing it into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. With no member indicating their willingness to debate the Property Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2021, I call upon the mover of the bill, the mover of the motion, the Honorable Premier, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for their input in the bill, and I will move that we go in committee stage so we can do it clause by clause, and then, Mr. Speaker, after that, I'll report back to this Honorable House.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Property Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. honorable members in the well of the House have examined the Property Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2021, and therefore I call upon the Premier to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill entitled Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and pass. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Property Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed. I now invite again the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business to move another motion, this time for the Trustee Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we have quite a bit of work to do, and this one is geared towards helping us in even be more competitive in the financial world to help with even more revenues. So I move that the bill shortly entitled Trustee Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, just a little background about this bill. The Trustee Amendment Act 2021 was introduced and read for the first time in the House of Assembly on 4th March 2021 by myself, Premier and Minister of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill seeks to make some significant amendments to the Trustee Act with a view to increasing the attractiveness of the British Virgin Islands trusts. The proposed amendments include those which would confer on the court an innovative new statutory power to vary trusts, a new section giving the court jurisdiction to set aside the flawed exercise of a fiduciary power, enhancements to the firewall provisions in Section 83A of the Trust Act, which are aimed at insulating British Virgin Islands trusts and trustees against false heirship and matrimonial claims, and those which would replace the reserved powers provisions in Section 86 of the Trustee Act with a more up-to-date reserved power offering, enabling settlers to reserve certain powers to themselves or to grant them to others such as protectors, thereby providing them with an additional level of comfort. Mr. Speaker, there are a few key areas that we'll go more in depth with during the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, I now present this bill to this Honorable House for amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and just briefly give support to this amendment, Mr. Speaker, the Trustee Amendment Act 2021. We know, Mr. Speaker, that we are in the business of financial services. We must always be on top of our game to ensure that our legislation is on the cutting edge and providing value to our clients. So we're incredibly grateful for the for the BVI branch of the Society of Trusts and Estate Practitioners, or STEP, in being able to review the trust legislation and to ensure that it is fit for purpose and it is attractive so that we can attract business here to the Virgin Islands. And certainly this bill, Mr. Speaker, does very, very important things, such as conferring on the court the statutory power to be able to vary trusts, which, as the technical persons have explained, that will make our trusts more attractive. Also, to be able to give the court jurisdiction to set aside the flawed exercise of a fiduciary power. Also, enhancements to the firewall provisions in Section 83A of the Trustee Act. So, Mr. Speaker, we trust our technical persons, we trust our Attorney General, and we trust this organization that these amendments, certainly we are not technical persons in the field here, that these amendments will serve to make the BVI a more attractive jurisdiction for creating trusts. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to going through in more detail in the committee stage. Again, I support this bill, and I thank the sponsor of the bill, the Premier, for bringing it to the House of Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Trustee Amendment Act 2021 has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. With no member indicating to me their wish to debate, I call upon the mover of the motion, the Honorable Premier, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for their participation in this Trustee Amendment Act 2021. And now, Mr. Speaker, I commit this to the Committee of the House, where we can go through this clause by clause and then report back to this Honorable House. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Trustee Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
It may be cited as a Trustee Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, this bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, we have gone through the bill, the Trustee Amendment Act 2021, and we have examined the bill clause by clause. I now call upon the Premier and sponsor of the bill to report to this Honorable House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Trustee Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Trustee Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Trustee Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and pass. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Trustee Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed without amendments. I invite the Leader of Government Business and Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion for another bill entitled Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I will also do a brief objects and reasons for the reason for this. Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 was introduced and read for the first time in the House of Assembly on March 4th, 2021 by the Premier Minister of Finance, yours truly, Andre Foy. The bill's objective now is to amend Section 12 of the Virgin Islands Special Trust Act 2003 as a consequence of an amendment to the Trustee Act, Mr. Speaker, which we did before, which will be made by Section 6 of the Trustee Amendment Act 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, it's just to make sure that this bill now is in line with the other bills that we have done previously. So, Mr. Speaker, so to make sure everything is running congruent and not clashing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and just to give my brief contribution while on my feet, as the Premier has said, this special Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 is as a result of the fact that we just amended the Trustee Act, Trustee Amendment Act 2021, and because these two pieces of legislation work closely together, the fact that we amended one means that we also have to amend the other. And as was stated before, this is all part of a suite of legislation to improve our trust legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, we perhaps have one or two more, and we'll be complete with those. So, Mr. Speaker, as we've been saying before, we're seeking to make the jurisdiction more attractive for our to attract more clients to create trust here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The bill has now been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate on the Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021. With no member wishing to debate the bill, I call upon the Honorable Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank everyone for the input. Mr. Speaker, we will now ask that the Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 be now brought to the committee stage where we can go through clause by clause, and then we can report back to this honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. Members, this House resumes its sitting. The honorable members in the well of the House have reviewed the Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2020 and have examined it clause by clause. I therefore call upon the Premier to report to this Honorable House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that a bill entitled Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and pass. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Special Trust Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed without amendments. I now call again upon the Premier and Leader of Government Business, Minister of Finance, Member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, to move another motion for the bill entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, very briefly, this is just a brief, small amendment, but significant for our companies here, Mr. Speaker, where at times, Mr. Speaker, the register, the agent, may have been at fault of alerting the companies of payments. And Mr. Speaker, the companies end up having to pay the penalty. But now this, Mr. Speaker, gives the companies a recourse. And Mr. Speaker, this amendment is very short, but it will help businesses tremendously, especially in the areas of either avoiding or helping them to hear their voices, to hear their concerns about any penalty that they may not have missed, but they registered the agent was, for whatever the reason, didn't alert them to. So, Mr. Speaker, brief amendment, but it also strengthens our financial services tremendously. And, Mr. Speaker, with that brief introduction, I present this Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021 to the House.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and while I'm on my feet, I will give my brief contribution and support to this Financial Services Commission Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill, in the same vein that we've been speaking all the time, seeks to make improvements to our financial services legislation. And certainly those persons who would be in the industry would be aware of some of the issues which have been created over the years and need to be amended. Issues such as some of the heavy penalties that are being levied against local companies through no fault of their own. In some instances, you have registered agents who have become negligent in their duties to inform companies of the need to be able to file documents. And these companies have been levied heavy fines. And so there was a need to provide some level of flexibility to allow the Commission to properly investigate those matters and levy fines against, when necessary, registered agents. I also see that this bill seeks to define other persons and a licensee, for instance. Also, I think worth noting is that you now have the ability to waive fees in the event of a natural disaster. And certainly everyone would remember that we went through Hurricane Irma and Maria, and certainly I would imagine that that would have contributed to the need to make this particular legislation, because it would have been difficult for persons during that disaster to be able to stay up to date with certain fees. So to be able to waive fees in those instances, I believe is a real improvement to the Financial Services Commission Act. So I give this amendment my full support. I thank the Premier for bringing it. And certainly we will continue the exercise of updating, modernizing, and improving our legislation. I believe, Mr. Speaker, as an administration, we have been very active. We've been very responsive to the needs of the industry and other stakeholder groups. And certainly I know that the Attorney General, I also want to congratulate her for the work that she has done. She had a very ambitious list of legislations that she wanted to have brought to the House. And as the Premier always says, when the AG is in a dark place, it's not a good thing. But I believe that she would be very pleased in this session and the previous session and sessions to come with the progress we have been making on these important pieces of legislation to the financial services industry, but not just the financial services industry, improving the legal standing here in the Virgin Islands on a wide range of issues. So I congratulate the Attorney General and her team, which she is seeking to build to provide better service to the people of the Virgin Islands. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to this amendment, and I look forward to going through it in committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commission Amendment Act 2021. With no member wishing to contribute to the debate, I call upon the sponsor of the bill to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank all those who have debated this bill. And the purpose of the bill has been stated, and if I just lament a little more, Mr. Speaker, is aimed to amend the Financial Services Commission Act 2021, Act number 12 of 2001, the Commission Act of 2001, Act number 12 of 2001, known as the Act to empower the Financial Services Commission, the Commission to consider applications of the waiver of monetary penalties in circumstances where the failure given rise to the penalties is not the fault of a licensee, company, or other person or person's legal entities. It is a legal requirement that any matter that needs to be filed with the Commission, including the Registry of Corporate Affairs, should be done through an authorized agent or a registered agent. Thus, the consequence of any failure on the part of the authorized agent or registered agent to file a legal entity's documents is suffered by the legal entity. This is the case because the Act and the various financial services legislation do not give the Commission the power to waive any penalty applicable to legal entities. The Commission has, over the years, observed that in many instances, failures by legal entities to file documents with prescribed periods was attributable to the default of authorized agents or registered agents. Invariably, the legal entities will perform all the actions required of them to ensure the timely filing of documents or information, but authorized or registered agents fail to effect the necessary filing on time. This results in monetary penalties becoming applicable to the legal entities, and in some cases, depending on the length of period of the failure, the monetary penalties may be quite high. This becomes particularly difficult for small businesses which struggle to pay such monetary penalties to stay in good standing with the Commission, Mr. Speaker. And this is the thrust of what the bill seeks to amend. And Mr. Speaker, I now commit this bill to the committee stage of this House to go through clause by clause and then report to this Honorable House upon commencement.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is in committee.
call on the Premier, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, without doing. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Move and second that the bill entitled Finance Service Commission Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call on the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed. Before I move along, I'm going to suggest that we, on other business, we do a time. I say 5 minutes.
Who?
3 minutes a person? 5 minutes? 5 minutes?
What? So proud of that chair?
So what you suggest?
Members? 15 at max. Time, nobody past 15 minutes.
So nobody past 15 minutes? Okay.
Use less if you want.
I call on the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion. Whereas Section 9(1) of the Social Security Ordinance, Cap 266, provides that subject to subsections 1A and 1B, the board may, from time to time, appoint fit and proper persons to be the Deputy Director of the Social Security Board on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. Whereas Section 9(1)A of the said ordinance provides that the board shall, before making an appointment under Section 1, recommend to the minister the person who is to be appointed under Section 9(1). Whereas Section 9(1)B provides that the minister shall, before approving an appointment recommended by the board under subsection 1A, seek the approval of Cabinet. Whereas Section 9(1)C provides that the appointment of a Deputy Director shall be subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. And whereas the Board has appointed Ms. Laurie Freeman as the Deputy Director of the Social Security Board from 31st December 2020, that's a correction, right, to 30th June 2021 in the first instance, with the option to extend the said appointment to December 31st, 2021, if considered appropriate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the appointment of Ms. Laurie Freeman as Deputy Director of the Social Security Board from 31st December 2020 to 30th June 2021 in the first instance, with the option to extend the said appointment to December 31st, 2021, if considered appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the
Motion. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and just to slightly remark that the works of the Social Security Board is critical to the Virgin Islands and critical to lives. And I support the nominee, the person's now being confirmed, Ms. Freeman, and she has proven herself and will continue to do this as time goes by. So there's very little, much more to be said, other than I give this full support. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for debate. Recognize the member. Deputy Speaker. Anybody?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to just say a brief few words. I firstly just want to say congratulations to Ms. Laurie Freeman in becoming the Deputy Director of the Social Security Board. I would also like to recognize the work that was done for many years by Sister Antoinette Skelton, and of course those who are under her leadership and tutelage. And as we all know, the Social Security Fund had grown over the years and have millions upon millions of dollars in the fund, and everyone has hailed the fund as a success. And that is in no small part to the leadership of Ms. Antoinette Skelton and her team. And as she has now retired, it's important that the current leadership uphold the standards, uphold the stability and the quality of the Social Security Board. But Mr. Speaker, we are also in a new time. This is not the Virgin Islands of the past. It's a growing community with increasing problems. So in addition to maintaining the standard, I believe that new leadership has to seek to solve the challenges of today. I'm pleased that the Social Security Board is continuing to invest in the BVI society and economy through things like the Joes Hill Project. And I know under the leadership of the current Minister of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, they'll continue to do investments in the local economy such as that. I do believe that Social Security Board lending to government is a good and secure investment that helps to grow the fund for the pensioners. I believe it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we explore the pensions and the benefits that persons are getting to ensure that when persons get a benefit, it's something that can assist them to be able to live a comfortable existence, many of our elderly persons, many of our most vulnerable citizens, upon retirement, need to have some benefits that can support them after they have contributed so much to society. And of course, we want to ensure that the fund continues to be sustainable, but at the same time, it is serving its purpose. I have confidence that Mrs. Jeanette Scatliff-Boynes, as well as Ms. Laurie Freeman, and the rest of the team, along with the board, will continue to lead the Social Security Board in this particular direction. Again, I want to say I support this appointment. Congratulations to Ms. Laurie Freeman, and looking forward to hearing good things coming out of Social Security Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to do it? Seeing none, I call on the mover. I recognize the member the second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the motion before this House, and the mover of said motion is the Minister for the subject, the Honorable Vincent Wheatley. And the appointment, Mr. Speaker, is one that was made and has been recommended to this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and I have no issues or qualms with the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, and I want to wish, I think it's Mrs. Freeman or Miss Freeman? Miss Freeman, well in her new position and title as she seeks to build on a strong foundation that was set and has been set and developed. I think we all know the history of the board, which has been echoed in this Honorable House on more than one occasion for different reasons, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the foundational steps, Mr. Speaker, of Social Security because, as I said during one debate that we had in this Honorable House, I think because of how it was enacted, a premier or chief minister at the time moved to bring Social Security into existence. He was not getting the support from his government, and it took a member, specifically I think the leader of the opposition, to then second and support the motion, Mr. Speaker, and some just under $800 million later, Mr. Speaker, Social Security is the success story that it is, with obviously challenges that exist in any organization, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things that I will continue to commend the Social Security Board for is it was created to be an entity that received funds and received contributions that would be set up and put in place through its policies, procedures, and investment strategies that would allow for it to work for those of us who are working to contribute to it, to be able to take or make contributions to those persons who would have attained the normal retirement age, and for those persons who are not able to take care of themselves in certain instances. And it is one that has been, I believe, successful as it has been because it has not and was not interfered with by any government. Mr. Speaker, I know this is Social Security, but it's also the same, in the same vein, the way I believe, as I've said before, once it's addressed under the same minister and the amendments are made, that the NHI will be able to be such an entity. But we have had some interferences here and there with that. So I believe after the review and after the proper channels and decisions are made, I believe we will be able to have two entities based on their original birth ideas that will be able to be pillars in the territory. Because, Mr. Speaker, Social Security is recognized, the BVI's Social Security Board is recognized regionally and internationally. I think the fund is recognized across the world for what we've been able to accomplish. When the NHI was enacted, Mr. Speaker, regionally, I could speak to, while being at that time a part of the government, other Caribbean countries were seeking to understand what was done and what has been done. Mr. Speaker, I too also want to take some time to applaud and appreciate the former Director of the Social Security Board, Mrs. Antoinette Skelton. Mr. Speaker, this is someone who I hold in very high regard because her work, her dedication and commitment to not only the Social Security Board, Mr. Speaker, but this territory is one that speaks for itself. And even in the absence of her voice, Mr. Speaker, I was on two specific occasions that I can recall. One when Social Security would have celebrated, I think its 30th year. There were persons, both regionally and internationally, that applauded Mrs. Skelton, applauded her team, applauded the efforts made by her, not just to develop, not just to stand for, not just to defend the Social Security Board and the objectives thereof for the territory of the Virgin Islands, but also to help and stand with fellow Caribbean territories, even as far as South America and the region that the board and the bodies therein are a part of. To hear them commend Mrs. Skelton and even asking for, at that time, the sitting government to recognize the treasure that we have in such a woman that dedicated her life to building Social Security. And Mr. Speaker, the second instance would have been where recently I had the opportunity and the privilege to tune in to the farewell ceremony that was held. I was unable to pull up the name of the body, the international body that held the farewell ceremony for her, and everybody was trying to figure out, Mr. Speaker, who is Pumpkin. and I listened in amazement, Mr. Speaker. The saying always goes, you never know what you have until it's gone. And Mr. Speaker, to hear again the commendations, to hear the accolades that were put from leaders of territories, of Social Security boards and bodies whom Mrs. Skelton was able to mentor, whom she was able to allow for and support with resources, whether human resources or otherwise knowledge about how to get boards. I mean, all through the Caribbean region, Mr. Speaker, that is something that I believe is indeed something that we should be proud of here in this territory, Mr. Speaker, because I think it is some 40 plus years that she has given to the service of the Social Security Board. And Mr. Speaker, I am not sure what happened on our end, but I am troubled in the deepest way, Mr. Speaker, because I believe we could have done a better job as a territory, as a government, as leaders, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that a proper handover, a proper passing of the baton was done from somebody who has done so much, who has sacrificed so much of her time, her energies, her efforts, and her passion to this territory, to pass the baton to the now sitting director, Mrs. Jeanette Scatliff-Boynes, and now Miss Freeman. Mr. Speaker, it is one of the things that I believe we continue to have difficulties with, Mr. Speaker, because we focus sometimes so much on the success. But if the strategies, if the passing of the baton is done in the right way, Mr. Speaker, then it is much easier. It makes the transition, it makes the casting of the vision that much easier to carry on. I also want to recognize the chairman of the board, Mr. Ian Smith, and the entire board for the job that they have been doing in their tenure as well, Mr. Speaker. But I truly believe, Mr. Speaker, that we could have done a better job, because even on that send-off, Mr. Speaker, I listened. I don't think I missed any part of that almost 3-hour ceremony. But I listened to her. I heard the minister, the Honorable Minister Whitley, give his congratulations and well wishes to Mrs. Skelton, and recall instances where he has had interactions with her, even in his previous life as Sister Islands Coordinator and in the public service, Mr. Speaker. But I believe as a government, as a territory, I believe more could have been done, more should have been done, and it's still not too late to ensure that persons, especially the young persons, especially the young professionals who will be coming up the ranks in Social Security, especially those of us who, well, more so the Minister of Health, he usually brags on his age, who will be able to benefit from Social Security, that persons are aware of the story and we celebrate the works of persons who sacrificed and gave. But Mr. Speaker, I will stop there and then just again say that I support the appointment of Ms. Freeman. I wish the board of the Social Security Board continued success. I know there are adjustments to be made. I know there are different directions, even one of which I asked a question on regarding the deposit insurance and some other areas of pensions and retirement compensation, Mr. Speaker. So I know there is much still to be done. And I pray and wish the new appointee and the Social Security Board nothing but success. And where I can lend my support, I would most definitely do so. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to debate? Okay. I recognize the Honorable Mayor and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't let this opportunity pass and don't get up and say some congratulatory words to Ms. Laurie Freeman, who's a very hard-working, dedicated, bright young lady. And we endorse what has come forward from the board. Mr. Speaker, it's always good to know that we have built a territory where so many of our people can be selected to be able to pass on the baton. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish her well. Social Security has done extremely well. Mr. Speaker, over the years, many governments have had loans from Social Security, Mr. Speaker, and it has still stand strong, and government has paid back all the loans that they had from Social Security. So I know that the relationship between Social Security and the government will transcend and also be sustained beyond individuals in office once all continue to do what is in our DNA as Virgin Islanders, which is to work with integrity. Mr. Speaker, I can't think of one loan that was not repaid to the Social Security Board, and the government always took care and takes care of its commitments. And even, Mr. Speaker, when they give grants, the government has made sure that it was prudent. So there's no way in record where there was any interference of any government with Social Security where things went wrong. I would have to stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we are congratulating Ms. Laurie Freeman. The only one that I could think on where it's still out there in terms of what all happened would have been the 16 million for the roads. But yet the money was still paid back, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whenever you're building any institution, you're building it knowing that it's going to last beyond your tenure in the position that you're in, and long after you're gone, it shall stand. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Virgin Islands Party government of the day, H.L. Stout, when he passed it, rightfully got help from the leader of the opposition, because most of his members was with him, but he needed one more vote. So there was one or two members with the then chief minister of the day that didn't see the vision. And they had to rely on the one member of the opposition who saw the vision on behalf of the people, which is now the late Ralph T. O'Neill, that allowed the Social Security Act to be passed. And the rest is history, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there'll be a lot more success stories in this territory because we're on the road towards that. In many respects, there are going to be a lot more success stories. But we want to thank all those who have served before, like Ms. Skelton. I've listened to the opinion of the member for the second, and I have to respect his opinion. But Mr. Speaker, I don't know if anyone in this government has moved towards treating Mrs. Skelton any less, Mr. Speaker, than with respect. So I don't know where that is going, but I have to treat and respect members' opinion. But that doesn't make it a fact. Mr. Speaker, that's why I want to keep it on the positive note that it's an institution that has been built. And Mr. Speaker, with the institution being built, the job of the present generation now is to make it stronger. The job of the minister now is to take the derivative now of the NHI, which, Mr. Speaker, had it been allowed to grow just like Social Security, not tampered with before the time, it would have been fulfilling its purpose. And I said that the minister who introduced it, he had the right idea. But had those around him allowed it to grow like the report had said and the consultant said with the time that it needed to be able to grow with all of the monies that were supposed to be paid in before it was used, it would have been another success story. But Mr. Speaker, that is the only political interference I know that caused us today to have to be paying millions of dollars out because it was never allowed to catch itself. It even wasn't allowed to be birthed properly. It was tampered with prematurely, and we're hemorrhaging from then to now with it. And had the minister was introduced it, been allowed to carry it where it was going, Mr. Speaker, people wouldn't be fussing so much about NHI as it is being fussed about now. But this government now have to be able to find the ways which we have already on how to turn NHI into a success story. And you see, Mr. Speaker, when these things do not start and be allowed to grow as they should, years later, not only people suffer, but years later when the government received a grant of $40 million from Social Security, $7.5 million had to go back into NHI because of the initial problem and monies what were not put in. So years later, in the middle of a crisis, because persons would not follow the direction of that then minister and allowed to do what the Act was set up to do and the NHI was set up through the Act to do, a country had to take $7.5 million out of a grant from the same Social Security to try to bring NHI finally up to date so persons could get care now that they could not go anywhere else other than here. That's the only one, Mr. Speaker, I saw political interference kill a system before it was allowed to go any further. But today is a day for Ms. Freeman, and it's a day for us to bring some of these things up so she will be mindful about guarding the institution with integrity, but yet understanding to be fair, firm, and friendly. and even for Ms. Boynes who have taken over. Mr. Speaker, I'm a firm believer that no matter whether it's me or who, if you leave and something you are over fail, then you fail. Because while you're there, it's supposed to grow strong. Person's supposed to come and under you and become better. When I came in as Premier and we did a rotation of Deputy Premier, persons laugh on the ignorance of it, some of them. But today when I laugh and I feel confident with any one of the ministers and even backbenchers, I have two strong ladies there as junior ministers. I have a lot of energy, but they have more than me. And you have a able territorial Deputy Speaker and a representative from the 6th. I feel confident with all that's around me because we sharpen each other. Iron sharpeneth iron. And every organization should run that way. And I challenge Social Security and all parts of government and governments and policies for us not to get in these positions now and be in them and carry on policies that exist in this COVID-19 era, or else the people will not get help. We have to move and get whatever legislative amendments we need to get so we can help our people. A lot of times in government, during this COVID-19 era, a lot of help didn't reach to some of the people, although we got some of them there, some of the help, because persons didn't want to change systems that they knew for 30, 40, 50 years. And they were intent on holding on to old systems while we have a new problem that no one saw before. We have to come out of that mindset, because innovation is the only way we're going to be able to strengthen our economy and strengthen our people. I don't remember, Mr. Speaker, very well who it is said it, Mr. Speaker, but I think it was a gentleman by the name of Zalid, Mr. Speaker. I think it was, he said that anybody who tries to pull you down is already beneath you. Because to get you down, they have to be underneath if they're pulling you down or trying to pull you down. And we have to come out of that mentality during this COVID-19 era. And I asked Ms. Freeman and her job to go in with an open mind, and Ms. Boynes going with an open mind, because we want to preserve the money of Social Security, but also at the same time too, we want to preserve the people and help them through this COVID-19 era. And those, Mr. Speaker, who fought that $40 million grant that we had, some of them in this very house benefited from it. Their people benefited from it. It hit its target, although some are trying to tell the people that the money went astray, and they're no better than that. But it lends itself for good gossip. But the truth will always float and the lie will sink. But it shows that we were able to use the very people's money in a responsible manner. A responsible manner, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that when we ask questions about boards and asking questions about all kind of thing, we always include the same Social Security Board to make sure the integrity of that and all the other boards are the same over the years. Mr. Speaker, we must ask Ms. Freeman and her team to be innovative. Look to them, Mr. Speaker, in this House. A laughed at initiative with the stamp duty when persons blogged and they tweeted and they said it made no sense, or people don't have money, they'll not benefit from it. We saw Inland Revenue came in here today with finance and informed us in the committee stage that 628 belongers benefited from the stamp duty relaxation for belongers when they purchased property. 628. But there were those in this House told us that it shouldn't happen, that only the wealthy was going to benefit. Yes, some of the wealthy will benefit, but the wheat and the tares will always go together. But this is what I'm talking about, innovation, and that's what I'm trying to penetrate in the minds of all our people, especially Ms. Freeman, as she goes in this post, and be regularizing it for the time being, and Ms. Catliff and them in the Social Security and all over. 2 million, get the figure correct, Mr. Speaker, $2,310,518 of stimulus in the stamp duty that we were able to help our people save in the economic hard times. And now 628 pieces of property and land are now in the hands of belongers because of an initiative that was seen as ignorance and stupidness to a lot who talk. And in the hands now of BVI landlords. That is what leadership is about. Not worrying about if you look good in the blogs. We know some of them have people paid blogging, so you don't have to look at some of them because you know from the time your picture go up without a story negative. But they could continue blogging, but we want to let our people know as a government, be careful who's in the boardroom of your mind. It's very important because once you keep your hands and hearts clean, no matter who come at you in any position, and you move progressive and you stay within the purpose of God, you will see the fruits of your labor. And those who try to destroy you will have no other choice than to move on to the next mission, shut their mouths, but they will not have the power they had with the gossip when it was happening. That is what we want with the Social Security as we move forward with NHI, with the walk in paradise, with the stamp duty exemption that we did for our belongers and many other areas. I say these things to encourage the young lady as she goes in the post and encourage Ms. Boynes, because there are those in the territory, know people are suffering, and they're only putting out anything negative they can find to help add more salt into the wound. Not that they're trying to come solve anything, they're trying to add more salt into the wound, hoping that they will get more people seeing it their way and be able to see if they could malign the name of the government. But more people in this territory have received help than persons who are doing so are saying. And the numbers will show. Yes, there are plenty more that need help. The minister is working on an unemployment benefit. We told him to speed it up. Whatever law needs to be changed, change it. So that Social Security can build up that money, so that when times come, persons would have unemployment benefit monies, and you don't have to be scraping and scrabbling for grants and talking about what you take out of Social Security, because the innovation would have been there, it would be there. Had that been there, with all my persons would have been able to recover faster. Had that been there for COVID-19 in the beginning, persons would be able to recover faster. So we want persons to know that when you get jobs now in government, don't just be happy to have a high position. Know that you're gone there to make sure that you challenge the status quo and implement and change policies, implement new ones, amend old ones to fit the situation of the current times to help the people of the Virgin Islands. That is what these positions are about. That is what Ms. Freeman will have to do in her position and help along with Ms. Boynes, and to work hand in glove and be honest with each other for the betterment of the Virgin Islands. So long after they are gone, even if they don't remember their names, they will remember their accomplishments, which will force them to somehow remember their names. Because it's not about you, but it's about the purpose that you have gone in that position for. And with those words of encouragement, I support Ms. Freeman, and along with who have already gone, Ms. Boynes, who is acting, I support them. I support the board. I support Social Security. And I'm asking them to make sure they stay fully aligned with the purpose of God for the people of this territory. And once they do that, they will find innovative ways to help the people of the Virgin Islands during COVID-19 without losing the integrity of the institution. But the institution receives its integrity from the money of the people. And when the people need help from the money that they put into the institution is supposed to be wise enough to come up with initiatives to help the people that build the institution. And that's the purpose of these jobs. So it has my support, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I recognize the member of the 6th, Honorable Alva Maduro Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say a few words. I stand with the rest of my colleagues in support of the nomination of Ms. Laurie Freeman as Deputy Director of the Social Security Board. Of course, Laurie's from my district, District 6. I've known her all my life. We worked together at SIDCO for a few years. And I must say she's quiet, but she's a producer. No fluff, a hard-working individual, honest person, and I know that she'll be an asset to the Social Security Board and a great help and great support to the now acting director, Mrs. Boynes. So I wholeheartedly support her appointment to this post of Deputy Director of the Social Security Board. Thank you.
You, member of the 6th. I call on the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all my honorable colleagues for the excellent support in Mrs. Freeman. Mr. Speaker, ever since taking office, I've embarked on a mission of localizing our workforce. Mr. Speaker, this is one more testament. They're not only talking the talk, but we are also walking the walk. Mr. Speaker, we have to believe in our people. We have to give them opportunities and give them support so they can grow. This young lady here has a tremendous experience, over 20 years in this field. And I'm very confident she'll be a tremendous asset to Social Security during this strange time that we're living in. Mr. Speaker, like the Premier said, her success is going to depend on what came before her. And I'm so confident in Mrs. Antoinette Skelton, the job that she did, that I have absolutely no concern at all that Ms. Freeman will do what she has to do. Social Security, we can all agree, is a success story. It's a government's success story. Some would even say the government's only success story, but I'll leave that there. Just because we have to build institutions to look after our people now and also in the future. We have to make sure when you have institutions that they are flexible because circumstances do change. And when circumstances change, we have to change sometimes the reason or the methodology that we use to achieve what we set out to do in the first instance. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the board for the excellent work they're doing. Under the new leadership, Ms. Gina Scatliff-Boynes, I think they are doing an excellent job. They know when it comes to Social Security, I do not play any kind of politics. We want only the best people. This institution is so critical to the BVI. I would only accept who are the best people, the best minds, the best prepared. And I've made it very, very clear to the board that these jobs are not to be made political. It's competence we're looking for. And in this young lady here, I see clear competence. I see ambition. I see talent. And we have to make sure we provide opportunities and, Mr. Speaker, provide support. The board knows I give them my 100% support in their doing. All I ask them is make sure you're acting from data, make sure you're acting with basic common sense. We can't play games with something that's so important to this country. We're going to use this success and we're going to make NHI into a success. We have to. We don't have a choice. Start off wobbly, like a lot of things we met when we took office, but we have to fix them because they need to be fixed. We cannot leave this for another generation to deal with. While we are here now, a little over 2 years, we've done a lot of fixing. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of fixing more to go. and we're going to get them fixed once and for all. So again, Mr. Speaker, Social Security, they are right now on the first housing program in the BVI. It's looking so beautiful. From my office, I could see the red roofs going on. Every day I look at it, and I say, wow. That, too, Mr. Speaker, should be a success story. And I look forward to the day when you could see similar projects in every single district, all 9. Once I'm here and have this portfolio to deal with, Mr. Speaker, I'll be pushing to make sure we have that. They also have significant lands, Mr. Speaker. You heard the Premier speak earlier about the monies that persons save through the Stamp Duty Act. Social Security has a lot of land. I'm going to ask them to make some more lands available, while since we've extended the stamp duty relief, you see if they can bring some more of their lands, divide them up, get them cut up, put in some rows. Let's get these lands in the market for our people. Mr. Speaker, we have to empower our people, and these boards need to understand that their function has a lot to do with empowering our people. If you're going to transform this landscape, it must come, Mr. Speaker, through the empowerment of our people. And the board, I think, understands that very, very well. So I look forward to the work they're going to do now, and I look forward to the work they're going to be doing in the future. Again, colleagues, I thank you for your support with this appointment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and thank everyone for their remarks. A motion has been moved and second. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call on the clerk.
Item A2, private members' business. Item number 9, other business.
Thank you. I recognize the deputy. I recognize the Junior Minister of Trade and Economics and Development, Honorable Sherindi Flax-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to God, to the people of the Virgin Islands, and to my honorable colleagues in this esteemed House for the opportunity to once again engage on the pertinent issues which will bring transformation to our little nation. And Mr. Speaker, I will be reading from my notes from time to time, so I crave your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, when I say little nation, I have to admit that I know, especially in a formal setting such as this one, it is not the best way to describe our territory with its dynamic international relationships and rich heritage. But I say it as an insider's homage to a dear friend of mine, the late Beryl Vanterpool. Those on our home island of Virgin Gorda, and the many more who were touched by the color and insight of her social media presence, all too familiar with this common phrase of hers. So today, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak, not too briefly, I'll admit, on the state of our little nation. Mr. Speaker, we must first take a moment to pause and reflect on the passing of Mr. Terrence Stevens of Virgin Gorda. During the already difficult time of COVID-19, it is unfortunate to have to mourn the loss of a loved one. But even as this virus surges and wreaks its havoc, life goes on with its highs and lows. I also want to honor the life of Mrs. Catherine Pickering. Mr. Speaker, while I was not personally acquainted with this businesswoman, we are all Virgin Islanders through and through, and every debt in our small communities hold a certain weight and strikes a blow. Mr. Speaker, I wish to be measured with my words so as to maintain the dignity of her family and the sanctity of their mourning. But it is not in our nature to shy away from the hard truths. The spillover from the crime in these beautiful islands have gone well past being unbearable. Mr. Speaker, as a mother, I was already sickened when I would hear people callously describe the deaths of our young men as the streets cleaning up themselves. When God gave us the breath of life, He did not bless any of His with a superior value to the next. For too long, we have ignored the devastating impact measured in young men's blood as crime sulked in the back alleys and on boats in the dead of night. But now, we can ignore no longer the spreading blood stain that is sweeping through our neighborhoods and expanding its horrid reach to include innocent bystanders. Mr. Speaker, a firm line must be drawn. We must now say boldly and without hesitation that enough is enough. But sooner, not later, the bullets won't be on the highway, but in front of your son's favorite ice cream shop. We must hear the cry of our people and act now. Crime in the Virgin Islands is a beast with many heads, and we must work relentlessly to strike each a death blow until they are no more. First, we have to be creative with preventing our youth in particular from slipping down the slope that ends with a rifle in their hands. Mr. Speaker, let us once and for all shrug off the damaging false narratives on our young men in particular. Very few of them are lazy or entitled, and even less of them want to live a life constantly looking over their shoulders, knowing any day could be their last. We must offer them a hopeful alternative, and that begins with opportunity. Without prematurely divulging too much information, I want to remind our young people that they are still our foremost priority. With the support of the Premier, I am finalizing a series of initiatives which will begin next month, targeting capacity building for entrepreneurs and small businesses, particularly our youth. We are talking about promoting their innovation, enhancing their networks, connecting them to mentors and offering them real resource investment to see their innovation realized. Not only will this represent a direct investment into our youth, but we will also see the emergence of a new modern culture of entrepreneurship, heralding the birth of a better, bolder British Virgin Islands economy. But Mr. Speaker, just like diversifying our economy and supporting our business people constitutes a public-private partnership, so too does the raising of our children. Mr. Speaker, I speak directly to our people when I say it has to take a village. Every single member in this room, I am sure, can recall at least 20 occasions when an adult or even an older youth who was not their parent was firm with them and set them straight. Even before the age of cellular phones, I remember that if Miss Varner saw me misbehaving outside of her little shop, she would give me a good fixing right then and there. And by the time I got home, my own mother would be waiting with her own crop of licks. We may have resented them in that moment, but we were always being looked at and after. At no time, even when you traveled, was there not someone keeping tabs on you with your best interest in mind? Where has that gone? Our culture is being lost to self-indulgence and greed. We allow our children to become consumed with media from the least desired in developing countries like the United States of America. They are being raised by televisions, tablets, and telephones to glorify money over everything, even at the price of morality. Remember who we are. We must return to a more loving, community-minded time. Parents, your children cannot be left to the devices of this world without direction. It is the responsibility of the school to educate them, not to raise them. Teach them to be honest and upstanding so that the jailhouse and its hard lessons doesn't have to. I must publicly lend my support today to the string of legislative instruments which will ultimately result in better investigative and enforcement powers within our criminal systems. I do not say this to be harsh, but where we fail ourselves, a heavy hand must be in place to fall on a criminal element before it can fester and continue to claim lives. While we regain our focus on our youth, Mr. Speaker, my heart is on another disenfranchised group, women. Over the course of International Women's Month, I paid careful attention to the platitudes and promises. I looked at the events being put on, the posts being sent out on Facebook, and the many sympathetic gestures. But, Mr. Speakers, I have to still say, too little. When I consider the many ills which our society faces, especially problems with our young people and with division among groups, I have to wonder what role the steady, nurturing hand of a woman might be able to play in righting these wrongs. While we face constant discrimination and demeaning tactics from men, women have become our own worst enemy, joining the fight against our own sex and success like true crabs in a barrel. Why must a woman be vilified for wanting to see her own in politics or, might I say, representation? Why must a woman be made a monster for wanting to run in an election? Mr. Speaker, I may ruffle some feathers with this one, but why must a woman be victimized for winning an election, sticking to her guns and working for her people? I saw a sketch of me the other day, Mr. Speaker, and I had to chuckle. I must say thank you to the artist for reminding me of how I will look when my diet pays off. But I must also remind all who may have forgotten that I was elected by the people to be their voice. This is my duty, and I will fulfill it in or out of office, this House, or politics, or representation. My opinions will remain strong, and my passion will remain fierce. I was granted those X's because not because I was graceful or sophisticated or glamorous. I got them because I was a champion for truth, fairness, and the causes of my people. Mr. Speaker, I end tonight on a positive note with a quote from someone the people remember all too well, Queen Shireen, and I quote, "So people, it's your choice. Listen to your inner voice. that calls you to a much higher dispensation and resist the cul-de-sac of climbing on people's back in a free-for-all that really profits no one. You lose people's respect and you will lose their vote if you keep them like crabs in a drum. You must let your conscience be your guide. Hone your skills and stay bona fide. And reach for the high road with integrity as your code. Don't scurry around inside of a barrel. Don't slip and slide like sheep in a hailstorm. Maintain your pride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member for her contributions under other business. The Deputy Speaker have advised me that each person have 15 minutes, so I'm going to ask the clerk to be the timekeeper so we don't go over our 15 minutes. I'm not suggesting that the honourable member went over her 15 minutes. I now recognize the member for the 6th District, the Honourable Alvaro Meduru Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say these few words. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you know I'm not long-winded, so I will not need 15 minutes. I know I'm not giving my extra time to anyone. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I, again, on behalf of my family and constituents of District 6, send condolences to the Pickering family and all other families who have lost loved ones recently. Mr. Speaker, permit me please to use my notes. Crime is on the rise, Mr. Speaker, and we have to do all that we can to remedy this situation. With all that's going on around us, Mr. Speaker, we need to call for a National Day of Repentance. I know there are persons who don't like me speaking of such in the House, but they can turn off the radio if they don't want to hear me. Mr. Speaker, I normally put on a repentance gathering every quarter, but we need to call a National Day of Repentance. For the word of the Lord says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways, seek my face, then I will hear from heaven, forgive their sins, and heal their lands. This little nation that we're trying to build is in much need of healing, Mr. Speaker. I also urge all of my Caribbean leaders, Caribbean island leaders, to call a National Day of Repentance for their islands when we look around and see what's going on in each Caribbean island. Mr. Speaker, only God could save us. And I will say this as I normally say, if we forget God, Satan will rule. And if we forget God, this nation is doomed. This is a time where we need to focus on God, listen to God, and do less listening to men. You listen to men, you miss what God is trying to tell us, trying to show us. So I admonish all of us to stay in prayer, repent. Only God can save us. Mr. Speaker, something has been troubling my spirit a while now. And I didn't speak about it before, but I'm hearing this situation reoccurring again and again with a certain employer in our country. Persons who work in that industry and receive checks on behalf of goods that were sold. I have been told stories over and over again that that employee, if that check is returned, is made to pay that money out of their salary. Some of them are making less enough as it is. We have some employees who are still working 2 and 3 days a week. The employee is told to look, they have to look for that person to get that money back. And I'm saying, if these companies have an accounts department, that is a job of the accounts department, Mr. Speaker, to find that person who wrote that return check. And if that person isn't found, the money is being deducted from the employee salary. That is wickedness, Mr. Speaker, and that needs to stop. I do not understand how an employer can do that to an employee. So say, for instance, we have an employee, some of you know, some of them barely make $800, $900 a month. If they take a check from somebody, how is this employee supposed to know that this person doesn't have the money in the bank? They don't have access to that person's bank account. So if that check returns for $1,200, then that employee gets no money. And that would run into another pay period where that employee will still get no money because they're being chastised. Then you had another scenario. They were asked not to take checks for a certain period. I know if some of you remember during the COVID, when it started, and during Irma and Maria, for a while they weren't taking any checks. They were told not to take checks. The young lady did not take a check for the man who was paying. Apparently, he was a prominent, well-paying man, pay his bill, but she was instructed not to take any checks. She didn't take the check. That man went and reported her to the manager of the company, and she was fired because she didn't accept this man's check. How? You give me a memo asking me not to take checks from anyone. You did not say do not take checks from, or you did not say take check from Tom and John, but nobody else. Your memo states do not take checks from anyone. Then what they should have done was given her a list of who she can take checks from, but she was going by the rule. And she was fired because she did not take the check as she was instructed to do. Now, Minister of Labor, these are things we have to look into because that's the height of wickedness. You know, for any employer to be doing these things to employees. I don't understand what kind of slave-like mentality some of them come here with and want to be throwing on people, but they have to stop. And Mr. Minister of Labor, I'm really upset about this whole thing. You know, and we need to crunch down on some of these employers with this kind of nonsense that is going on here. I'm not saying all employees are good, but when you see something like this happening, you know, it's ridiculous. Some being fired because you're 5 minutes late or 2 minutes late when you try to explain. You're getting fired for 2 minutes late or 5 minutes late after working for a company 20, 30 years. You come one day, you're late for 5 minutes and you're being fired. Slave. That's like slave-like mentality they're trying on people, and they got to stop. And what we have to realize is some of these companies need us more than we need them. We have to let that sink into our mind. We shouldn't be sitting down and taking all this kind of foolishness or see our people, you know, being, what's the word I want to use, brutalized in a sense with this kind of nonsense. Because what? They own a piece of this island? No, they don't. So we have to look into these things and you know, pull up some of these employers with this kind of nonsense. On to some good news, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, we will be finally dedicating the Omaha's Fisherman's Wharf and Park. After all these years, finally we're getting there. We're about 80% complete, but it's completed enough that we could dedicate it. So on Friday, on Monday at 3 o'clock, we will be having a dedicating ceremony of Fisherman's Wharf and Park. That's the strip on the opposite side of where Beach Club is located. So we're going to be on live stream. So persons who can't come will be able to view the program live stream on the government's website. Other work that is going on in my district quickly, the basketball court at Bellevue is soon to be completed in another 2 weeks. We're just doing the tidying up and the extra little painting work that has to be done. So I will give myself another 2 weeks until I see that it's where I want it to be for now. Hopefully, by next year, God's willing, we'll be able to get some money to cover that space, or hopefully to build back a gym. Mr. Minister of Education, I don't know how your money is going to look for next year, but please keep Bellevue in mind in covering that basketball court. Mr. Minister of Education, is that a nod? And Minister of Health, of course, I'm still begging for a community center up in Bellevue. So I'm putting it on the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say these few words. And I just want to, of course, thank the people of District 6 for the confidence in me, for electing me to represent them for this third time. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 6th District for her contribution. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know I'm a shot, so you don't have to wait for too long. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think what I have to say today is going to be kind of, I ain't going to say controversial, but it might be. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a set of professionals here in this beautiful British Virgin Islands, what we call lawyers, Mr. Speaker, or BVI lawyers. Mr. Speaker, I think they're being treated unfair from a lot of the companies that we have here, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying this because I see it with my own eyes. I take no backseat to what I'm saying here. We have local lawyers who are here working and doing this same work, or even maybe better work than some of the lawyers that come in here. They don't get none of the benefits that these lawyers are getting, but they're getting to do the same work. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we send our children and our people away to study, to be professionals. That's what we send them away to do, and come back and be a part of this building nation that we have here. We cannot afford and let other liars come in here and overshadow all liars. And we have the same qualifications. We keep on saying that we want our people to work and to do things, but we have to back them. We have to find some way to create something that these liars could benefit, the same benefits that these other liars come here and getting. Because when these liars come here, they come here to get experience from us. They come here to get to our bar and then go back. And most time when they come here, they leave, they want us to come and open a company here. So they come here for experience. But when all local lawyers are here trying to get a job, they tell all liars they don't have the experience. How do you get experience? By working. Mr. Speaker, you have incidents where you have lawyers in offices that could fill a position, but they're not getting that chance to fill that position. Before that, you bring in a lawyer from either the Caribbean or UK. And the lawyers, we have to do the same job. We have to do something about it. I can tell you about an incident that took place that is totally wrong. I saw a lawyer was given a scholarship to go abroad to do her master's. And she wanted to get study leave, and she did not get it. But a junior lawyer, not even, I didn't think it wasn't a junior lawyer, to somebody who's come here working, but that's a lawyer, but he was not a full lawyer, asked for study leave, and he got it. That is not right, Mr. Speaker. Those are the kind of things that happen to all lawyers, Mr. Speaker. I could go on and on and on and on, but there's a lot more to come. But we need to make sure that all lawyers have been taken care of in the BVI. We have some of the best lawyers in the world, very intelligent people. We have to fight for what is ours. I'm not saying that none of the lawyers who come here ain't deserve to get something, but the lawyers here also deserve something as well. And we have to start looking out for our lawyers here, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to leave it at that for now. That's part one. Part two comes soon. Because I'm not going to sit here in this honorable house and watch that we send our people away to be educated, and when they come back, they're being second fiddle to anyone else. No. Mr. Speaker, I just heard the honorable member for the 6th talk about the fisherman wharf in Bargas Bay. Mr. Speaker, I have a big problem in Bargas Bay right now, Mr. Speaker. Every time I pass Bargas Bay, there's a set of trailers on the side of the road, trucks on the side of the road, boats on the side of the road. Mr. Speaker, I have to stop. And not that just Bargas Bay alone. You could go east and you see a container as well in the road. You could go by Stinky Bar. Past there, you see cars in the road. Mr. Speaker, that's wrong. You can't even go Bargas Bay and drive out of Bargas Bay or come from by one store without looking left and right to see if you can get knocked down. Trucks parked, about 6, 7 trucks parked on the side of the road. Like there's where they live. That is wrong. And boat and trailers, that's wrong. And we have to do a better job. The police officers need to take it, whoever parked on the side of the road, they're on the sidewalk. Park up on the sidewalk, Mr. Speaker. That is not right. We cannot continue giving people licenses and they don't have nowhere to put a business. How can you have a rental and nowhere to park up your rental cars? And if you're running a truck in service to deliver material to anywhere, you can tell me you don't have a phone or you can get a car and say, come and look at it. No, you can't park. You can have 6 vehicles, 6 trucks parked on the side of the road, waiting when somebody come to get a job. In the road. That is not right. This is not a third world country, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to build this country, a nation for tourism, and this is what we're doing. We have to do better. We cannot sit down and watch these things and let go and talk about like everybody afraid to say something about it. I keep on saying I didn't come here to be popular. I come here to do the people work. And that's what I'm continuing to do. But we cannot continue doing wrong things and expect to be right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on a lighter side, I want to take this time, Mr. Speaker, and thank the civil servants for all the hard work they've been doing. Because I realize we only talk about the civil servants when they do wrong. We always bashing them, but we never talk how good they work and what they're doing. So I want to take this time tonight and tell them, thank you. Places like Treasury, the House of Assembly, water and sewage, the guys there, the health services, the teachers, ISU, public work. I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker. Ship registry, the police officers. We need to start thanking people when they do things, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue to keep it only when somebody do wrong, talk about it. Every time you look, this one ain't doing this one, but you never come wrong and tell the people you're doing good. How do you expect to get the best of the people if everything out your mouth is bad? I'm not saying they have some who they do wrong, but they have a lot of them who do a lot of work. And we need to start telling them thank you So today I'm saying to you all, thank you for continue working so hard, and especially in these times. Because, Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody ever made an assessment of what's really going on in this country. We have a lot of people here after Hurricane Irma. We don't know the state of these people. Also with COVID-19, we don't know the state of how these people are. And I'm not talking about money, I'm talking about their mind. We need to go and look at that. Because a lot of people went through a lot of things. When they went through Hurricane Irma, I don't know how I get out of it. And I don't know if we made an assessment to see or check to see how some of these people coping in terms of their mind, Mr. Speaker. It's a stressful place right now we're living in. COVID-19 is a havoc. You know, and I think we need to find a way to look out for some of these children as well. Emotionally, we don't know what some of these children are going through, not being in school and out of school, and we need to look into this. I think it's playing a toll on a lot of people. You mightn't see it now, but you might see the results later on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but last but not least, I want to talk about crime, Mr. Speaker. The last couple of days, every time I'm driving, I hear the news, I hear some of the talk shows, people speaking about crime and talking about government need to do this, government ain't doing this, government ain't doing that. Crime is for the police, crime is for the governor, crime is for the government. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to crime, crime is everybody's business. Crime is the people's business. It takes a nation to fight crime, not just police, not just government. It takes everyone. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I want to say tonight to the people of the Virgin Islands is we have to realize that this all starts at home. It starts at home, Mr. Speaker. And we have to realize it. When you see I was growing up, I always remember that if I go to school and I come home, if I go to school with a yellow pencil and I come home with a blue pencil or a green pencil, I get licks. Because my mother didn't give me a green pencil or a blue pencil. She always tell you, don't take nothing from nobody, don't bring nothing home here what I give you. I'm saying this to say this. Sometimes we as parents see our children come home with stuff, Mr. Speaker, and we know we didn't give it to them, but we still don't ask no questions. You might see your child come home on a scooter. You don't buy no scooter. You know your child ain't working, but you're asking this child where you get a scooter from. These are the things that start small, become big, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I was listening to the radio and I heard a conversation talking about, I think today's what you call it, child abuse day? Coming up. And I heard a conversation on the radio talking about child abuse and what is child abuse. Where if you lick a child and you see a wail on that child, that's child abuse. So what you have to do is put him in a corner, and what do you call it? Time out. Time out. Mr. Speaker, see where we come into? Then you ask him why there's crime? Time out. When I was young, Mr. Speaker, I didn't know what time out was. My time out was a belt. I used to get the belt. That was time out. But I want, not to say, it's funny, but I'm just, if you realize where we are today, Mr. Speaker, people saying it's different times. It ain't no different times, Mr. Speaker. We as parents need to do our job, Mr. Speaker. When we were young, when I was young, Mr. Speaker, and my mother said, it's time to go to church. If I barely make up my face, I have to say no, but if I barely make up my face, I go licks, but I go to church. But nowadays, if I tell my daughter to go to church, and she says, no, Daddy, I feel like going to church, I just stand my back and I leave her alone. Mr. Speaker, God is what got us here. It's God who have us here, Mr. Speaker. And our problem is that we are turning away from God. That's our biggest problem, Mr. Speaker. Some people may want to hate, but that's our problem. God ain't in our midst like how he used to be. We, as parents, has failed our children because what our parents has taught us, we refuse to teach our children. Because what we think that was hard, what our parents were doing us. So we slacking off on our children. You always hear the talk saying, I don't want to bring up my children like how my parents do me. But guess what? Look at me today. I thank my father for the clothing and the legs he gave me here. I'm going to say, not give me, give me. I ain't saying give me. Had times I sit by my grandmother too long, before I could reach, make about 10 clothes. But that's what makes me who I is today. The correction is what makes me who I is today. Okay? Because of what my father instilled with me and my mother. But I'm saying my father, you know why I'm saying my father? Because we men need to stand up. We men need to stand up and be men and be fathers and do the right thing. That's what we need to do. For this to change, fathers need to stand up. And tonight I'm calling on every father to join me and let's get our kids back. Let's find a way to get all young men back in church, back in a classroom. Let's find them, let's mold them, because that's all they're looking for from us. You see, a lot of young men look for a father in other people. But if they look for a father in the wrong area, they're going to do the wrong thing. But if we as fathers get together and stand up and do the right thing, it's going to work. Am I my brother's keeper? Yes, I am. And that's what we have to do. We have to get back our young men. All our young men, where they are? We in prison, 6 feet. We in 6 feet on drugs. I tired of all the talk. I tired of everybody talking, this is what we need to do, this is what we're going to do. Let's do it. Stop talking. That's all I keep in hand. Everybody have the right answer. Pointing fingers, blaming this one, blaming that one. Who ain't blaming the police, blaming the government? Who ain't blaming the government? We are the blame. Fathers are my friends. I'm calling on you guys. Let's find a way to help our young men. Trust me. If they go, our whole generation gone. Because we are the seed. Our young men are the seeds. And we need to bring them with us. Don't pass a young man on the road. And that's what we do. We pass one of them, oh, he's a nuisance, we gone. We have to stop it. Until it hit home. Until it hit home, we ain't gonna see it. And that's what happened. We went to win somebody, but for us to get killed to start saying, this should have happened. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on with this, because another part of this too is also, we need to strengthen our institutions, like the AG's office, the magistrate, the courts, because we have a set of young people up in the prison as well, who up there remanded, and they might be innocent, but it's taken so long for a case to happen. that these kids up there with who? With criminals, and what's going to happen to them? They become criminals. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not one problem we have. We have a lot of problems when it comes to crime. But we have to start to do it from home. Because after you get out through those doors, out there is a jungle. So if we as parents don't do what we do at home, somebody else will be the parent on the outside. So again, I am begging, I'm pleading. I don't have a problem. You could come in my office, you could sit down, let's create something. I know they already have, what do you call it, meals, some for meals. Some for meals they have that they do, but I would like to see a set of fathers get together and start going on the block and talk to some of these young men, find out what the issues are, what the problems are. Even we do a couple of forums, let them come in and speak to us and tell us what the problem is, because they only look and help. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stop there, because I'm going to pass 15 minutes or continue, because I can't. This is something that's real serious, and like I say, and every time I hear people speak about it, and people talk about who ain't doing this and pointing fingers, stop pointing fingers. Let us do something about it. Let us get together and do something. Let us create something. I'm begging, I'm asking, Lord, let's get together. This ain't a time to blame nobody but ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contributions. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first stand to give acknowledgments and most importantly, gratitude to Almighty God for sparing my life. And with great humility, Mr. Speaker, I also am thankful and continually gracious to the people of the 2nd Electoral District for allowing me this tremendous opportunity to serve on their behalf as one of the 13 elected members in the House of Assembly in this territory that we know and love and call the Virgin Islands. I also am grateful to my family for their support and their sacrifice for standing with me during this journey, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I, like the Deputy Speaker, I think I remember saying those words many times during my first time. I have never looked towards being popular, Mr. Speaker. I believe what I believe, and I stand on my beliefs, and I speak my truth. And Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues, there are a number of things that in this territory that I made a pledge to the people that first encouraged me to get into politics. And even after and before being elected, I pledged that for as long as they would have me represent them, that I would endeavor to leave this territory or make some sort of change within the community and the district that I live, that it would be better than when I first met it, but I can't and won't be able to do it without them. Mr. Speaker, the thought states that current behavior, times intolerable pain, causes change. That the current behavior times immense pain will bring us towards change. But sometimes we become comfortable and we stay where we are because we are fearful to leave our environment. Mr. Speaker, this territory is one that has helped to shape, to mold me into the individual, to the person that I am, and will forever be indebted to the territory of the Virgin Islands, the people whom I have encountered, encouraged, who have encouraged and even prayed for me. And even those, Mr. Speaker, who don't necessarily wish me well, they always so serve as a source of encouragement to keep pressing on. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you're doing the right thing, I heard somebody say it, when you're doing the right thing, you're going to get noise. Mr. Speaker, this month of April, yesterday was my mom's birthday. I want to recognize her publicly. Today is my big cousin's, the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Honorable Kai Reimer's birthday, but it's also my great aunt's, Miss Esme Stout's birthday, who hails from the little community in Ballast Bay. She spoke to her earlier, Mr. Speaker, and she was as jovial as could be, and I just want to extend birthday greetings to her, and I know she's having a grand time. Mr. Speaker, the month of April is Child Abuse Awareness Month. And I am just going to speak it the way that I know it. When we think about abuse, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and I won't take anything away from what he said because he said it the way that he felt it and he shared his, from his heart, Mr. Speaker, and I respect that. But when we think of child abuse, Mr. Speaker, we usually focus on just the beatings. And I, like Deputy Speaker, can relate to the stories that he told with the cuff and the belt, and even at one time a wire hanger or two. But Mr. Speaker, it goes beyond just the whippings. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, what is important is for us to pay attention to the way our children are being brought up. When I was younger, I remember hearing young people, all children don't got no stress. They ain't nothing about no stress. They ain't nothing about no pain. They ain't nothing about no hard time. Mr. Speaker, that is so, it was false back then, and is even more false now. Because our children are so much more intelligent and pay so much more attention to what is happening, Mr. Speaker, and abuse takes place on a number of different ways. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to publicly condemn, cast down, and name any individual or group of persons who are abusing our children, our young men and our young women, whether physically, whether verbally, whether sexually, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to focus on the sexual abuse and the mental health state that we have some of our children growing up in, and then we wonder why things turn out the way they do with some of our children, Mr. Speaker. I served for almost 8.5 years as the assessor to the Youth Court of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Mr. Speaker, our parents have the responsibility to, in certain instances, work 2 jobs and try their best to provide for the children to make a better way of life, Mr. Speaker. But there are instances when our children are left with other persons, and we invite other persons to come into our home who we may quote-unquote trust. We know after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and even now, Mr. Speaker, there are people, persons, predators, nasty men and women taking advantage sexually of little boys and little girls in this territory, Mr. Speaker. And the parents, Mr. Speaker, in some instances are aiding the hurt because they don't want to say anything, because they don't want to offend Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so. Mr. Speaker, abuse to a child creates mental hardships. And hurting people, Mr. Speaker, hurt people. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, I stand strongly against any form of child abuse. Because, Mr. Speaker, my belief is not that children are just our future, Mr. Speaker. My belief is that children are our now generation. And what we do and how we treat them now determines what will happen to us in the future. Mr. Speaker, I know there are agencies, the Social Development Department, there are the YEP down in the eastern end, there is MAIL, there are different mentorship groups who are doing and trying to do their part. I even applaud Deputy Speaker for his pledge. As a father, Mr. Speaker, I will join you, Deputy Speaker, to go on the blocks, because that's where I started before people encouraged me to go into the politics. That's where I was. I was on the blocks working with the young people, Mr. Speaker. But I stand in support of the development of our young men. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on our young men, I'm going to switch a little bit to our young people. Because now more than ever, we have a lot more, I would say a lot more accidents occurring with young people. I saw a graphic picture of one with a, I don't know. I'm not a doctor and I'm not God, but I saw it and it looked like it was irreparable. But Mr. Speaker, we have to do something. And when I say we, Mr. Speaker, I'm not just speaking to us as leaders, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking to us as a society. I'm speaking to us as parents. I'm speaking to us as a community. Mr. Speaker, if you as a parent, if you as a young adult want to get or have or possess a motor scooter, a motorbike, Mr. Speaker, it is what is considered a high-risk vehicle. And I am suggesting and imploring our young people, if you're going to get on a scooter, please get the adequate insurance. And please, for God in heaven's sake, apply for, and pay your national health insurance. Mr. Speaker, it is something that I can't understand. And young persons, young people are the ones who are suffering, Mr. Speaker. Their families are suffering. I have seen it too much over the last few years, and it seems like every other week somebody getting licked down or somebody getting in an accident on one of these scooters, Mr. Speaker. I have more I'm going to say about it, but I know my time is limited. But I am imploring, I am begging our young people to watch after and look after their health. Look after their health insurance. Just pay the 3.75%, so that if something happens to you, there is some sort of coverage in place to take care of you in that event, Mr. Speaker. Because I ride bikes before. It is a liberating feeling. Sometimes you feel invincible, like nothing is going to happen. But if and when something happens, Mr. Speaker, at least something will be in place. Mr. Speaker, I know I have a short time and a lot to say. Mr. Speaker, in my community, in the district that I represent, I had a series of meetings for March 16th that went throughout that week, 5 specific meetings in my district, starting in Bruce Bay, then to King Garden Bay, to Mares and Spooners, and then to Just Van Dyke. And Mr. Speaker, the questions that I would have asked in this honorable House are questions that I was sent with from meetings had from August of last year. That's why I keep reiterating the September 22nd date. And from these meetings, I have another list of questions that the people of the 2nd District want me to represent on their behalf. I know I'm limited to time, so I'm going to respect the time that is given, Mr. Speaker, and I would appropriate the questions according to standing orders, which you so rightfully like to refer to. But, Mr. Speaker, the 2nd District is a tourism district. The 2nd District in the BVI is the tourism hub of these Virgin Islands. Here on Tortola, I know I would hear the echo. I know I would hear the echo, because I would never argue with the member from the 9th District. But, Mr. Speaker, what we are faced with is trying to understand the approach or the plan in terms of what do we present when we reopen our borders fully to have guests coming. Mr. Speaker, Bruce Bay, King Garden Bay, Just Van Dyke, Chalwell, Mares, Windy Hill, Leonard, Harrigan, Mount Healthy, all over, Mr. Speaker. Because if I start calling them, I know I'm going to get text and WhatsApp before I go sleep, or first thing in the morning, you forget my area. Mr. Speaker, the 2nd District specifically, when you go through the 2nd District, when you leave Rotong or leave Beefisland or leave Western and you come to the 2nd District, Mr. Speaker, and even just for the territory, Mr. Speaker, what are we presenting to the people that we are welcoming back to the show? Or what are we showcasing to us here? Mr. Speaker, we must do a better job in the presentation of our tourism product. And Mr. Speaker, I will be imploring the Premier, who's the Minister of Finance, also the Minister of Tourism. I know we don't call him back, but he is still the Minister of Tourism, and the Junior Minister of Tourism, my good cousin from Round Hill, by the way of tongue, that we work together to ensure that we are presenting a product, Mr. Speaker, a product that is on the cutting edge. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Premier for some updates, and I know I didn't ask for the top secret, but I just asked an update on certain things. And I am looking forward to having the audience with the Premier. Premier, don't forget me. Because it is important to the stakeholders of the 2nd District community, the business owners specifically, and those that depend solely and wholly on tourism, to know what the government plan is and how they can prepare to receive these guests. Mr. Speaker, one of the key elements that came out of those meetings, going into my former profession I am having difficulty understanding, and this is how the question was posed, Mr. Speaker, that interest rates all across the world for loans, credit cards, mortgages are and have been at an all-time low. Why is it that here in the BVI, everything goes up, but nothing seems to marginalize across the board, Mr. Speaker? And my community has sent me to put this before this honorable House, that we as a government, but I'm putting it to the Premier and Minister of Finance, that the conversation be had with the banking industry to see, in addition to some of the things that were done with the stamp duty, because that's a great initiative. But while giving persons the option and the ability to have the stamp duty at zero rated, Mr. Speaker, the percentages in the BVI as compared to the region and even the rest of the world, even right there in the United States, are ridiculously high. Mr. Speaker, it takes persons sometimes 6 to 8 months to be approved for a mortgage. When you go to neighboring U.S. Virgin Islands, them flinging credit at you. Mr. Speaker, there is something that needs to be done, because how you stimulate your economy, Mr. Speaker, is you make it easier for persons who are in business, for persons who want to invest, for persons who want to start and build their homes, Mr. Speaker. It is possible that these conversations could be had with the banking industry, that interest rates be negotiated downwards, Mr. Speaker. There is no way I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that we should be having to deal with these high interest rates, especially in this time that we're faced with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everybody is having difficulties. Everybody are faced with the different challenges related to COVID. But, Mr. Speaker, we have been rebuilding this territory since 2017. And I believe as you rebuild, Mr. Speaker, every little bit of help that you could get, Mr. Speaker, will help you get to the end goal that you're trying to achieve. And I believe just simple, small initiatives like these, Mr. Speaker, even for business loans, Mr. Speaker, our young people, you see who is leading the industries now, Mr. Speaker. Everybody is interested in starting a business. And, Mr. Speaker, I must applaud our young people, because there are a lot of young, successful businesses who just came up with ideas. And I would say it's a blessing to COVID, because some people took a risk, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of a pandemic, and they're still thriving and surviving. So, Mr. Speaker, the rates on credit cards, on personal loans, on car loans, on mortgages, Mr. Speaker, must be addressed for the people of this territory as we continue to build. Mr. Speaker, I would just touch on one more thing, which is, and I don't know how much time I have, so I just want to be guided, Mr. Speaker.
I'm told your time is up.
My time is up, so I will wrap up and respect.
I'll give you 1 minute.
1 minute to wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so in 30 seconds, I would just speak and touch on, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the seniors that I love so dearly. Mr. Speaker, our seniors have paved the way for us. Our seniors are the bedrock and the foundation and the shoulders of which we stand on this territory. Mr. Speaker, I think and I still believe with all my heart that even though we are faced with challenges, there's a lot more that can be done for the seniors in the territory to give them, Mr. Speaker, and show them the appreciation that they deserve, and give them a place where they can continue to get along and share their ideas and share their stories, so that generations that come, like myself and those that are after me, Mr. Speaker, will appreciate the heritage of this territory. Mr. Speaker, I want to extend condolences to all families that have lost loved ones. I, too, again, as we did on, I think it was last Thursday, join and lend my voice to speak against crime in this territory, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if enough of us stand up and speak out, Mr. Speaker, and I will take the words of Honorable Neville Smith and do something, Mr. Speaker, we can curtail the issues that are surrounding us and allow this British Virgin Islands to be what we intend for it to be. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contributions on the other business. I recognize the Junior Minister for Tourism and Territorial Member, the Honorable Sherry B. De Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on the other business. I would like to first start by acknowledging God for his continued grace and mercy over our territory and over our families. We are truly grateful for the grace, the protection, and the provision that he has continued to endow upon our territory. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by just acknowledging on last Saturday, I did a Fun in the Sun Easter break closeout event for young children in our territory. A team of teachers came to me with the idea, understanding that our students, basically, especially our primary students, elementary students, went back out to a full-day school starting this week. And I know that as a government, we have worked assiduously to put programs and means in place to assist, especially our adult population in terms of unemployment, businesses, and so forth. So I wanted to pay specific attention to our children because they too, whether we believe it or not, have been challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic. Life as they know it has changed significantly and they have adapted, yes, but they also need means of exploration and fun. So that event went extremely well. It was an Easter egg hunt, face painting. We had so many critical thinking, big games and ideas, and we had a blast. And I'm grateful for the parents who came out and the volunteers who came out in support of that event. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, also was World Creativity and Innovation Day, and I got a chance to go out into the Altair Scotliff Primary School, into Mrs. Hoyt's class, and spoke a bit with the young people as it relates to innovation and creativity and how we seek to continuously foster that critical thinking and the whole dynamic of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math in our young people so that they can continuously move towards careers and life paths in that industry. It was an exciting time. It was one of the first times in a long time that I've actually stepped foot in a classroom, so it brought back some great memories, but I was able to use some creative technologies, the robots and the coding and programming and stuff, and the kids absolutely had a blast, and I'm excited to now move towards continuing to push that STEM agenda, understanding that innovation is not the future, it's the now, and our government, through our budget and our legislative agenda for this year, has spoken of innovation, and we intend to do whatever is necessary through the various mediums to push that dynamic. Mr. Speaker, while I'm at that, I want to acknowledge the teachers who are now back out in the classroom full force. I want to congratulate them for adapting to the online teaching, as well as the students and parents. And I want to also mention the minister and the ministry who have done their utmost best to facilitate learning during these extremely difficult times. I know I've gotten many calls from teachers and parents who are extremely excited to be back in the classroom. So we are grateful to the Minister of Health and the team who have lessened the required social distancing to the 3 feet, so more of our students can be actively and presently in the classroom learning during these difficult times. I want to just acknowledge also the parents who had to become teachers in many regards over this last year, and they have gotten a glimpse into how it feels to basically be a teacher, and I salute them for the job that they did and the learning experience that they gained as they continue to ensure that their children receive the learning that was due to them. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the many businesses in our community. I want to formally state, as suggested before, that during this time we've seen many new businesses and innovative businesses pop up in our territory, from our young people in particular, and even some of our more elder persons as well. And it speaks to the reality of us understanding that, you know, with change comes opportunity. And I want to salute the many persons who have taken the risk to actually seek to find gaps or problems and engage solutions and businesses, services, and products that would stem the tide and bridge the gap for the many needs that exist within our territory. So I salute the many businesses, the many new ideas and initiatives that have been coming up, and I look forward to see many more in the future. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I want to speak of that whole concept of there being opportunity as it relates to change, because I'm proud to be a part of this government. I was sitting here between Tuesday and today of the sitting, and as I see the Premier and other ministers come forward with whether new legislation or amendments to legislation to seek to move the territory forward, we are seeking to continue to come up with innovative ways to diversify and to find new revenue and to continue to push the territory forward. And I'm reminded of a story that I've read and reread quite a few times called Who Moved My Cheese? And Mr. Speaker, it's a very well-known story with the characters Sniff, Scurry, him, and her. And I want to speak and put our government in the light of Sniff and Scurry, because there are some of those who are hemming and hawing every second that we come forward with new initiatives and seek to find problems and means to cast them down. But Mr. Speaker, in the story it speaks about cheese stations, see where they were constantly going back there expecting to always see cheese in the same place, doing the same thing, expecting the same result. And Mr. Speaker, we have realized that with COVID-19 and amidst all the other challenges that exist throughout the world, there is need to change. There is need to adapt. Mr. Speaker, change is inevitable. We don't have a choice but to anticipate it, to adapt to it, to learn from it, to embrace it. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a part of a government under the leadership of Premier Foy, who have sought and tried our utmost hardest during these extremely difficult times to ensure that we put forward initiatives, to ensure that we just always find ways and means to meet the needs of our people, to get the help directly in the bowels of the people so that they can feel the results of the hard work that we do for this territory. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to continue to encourage the team to keep pushing. As we understand in the midst of these difficult times, we have to keep running through the maze, keep seeking opportunities, keep looking for new cheese, literally. Cheese is often used as a metaphor for money. And as we seek to diversify our economy, even as it relates to tourism, as we seek to push forward the National Tourism Plan, as we work towards the Trade Commission and the various diversification projects that we have been pushing, I want to urge us to continue to look ahead, to continue scurrying along, and to continue sniffing for new opportunities that would only seek to advance our territory and us as a people, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I'll just touch on the topic of crime from the perspective of the question that I asked in the House. Truly, I believe that with all the voices within the House and without the House, I believe that we are well on our way to ensuring and mandating that we strategize our way forward as it relates to counteracting the more serious crimes that we've seen in our territory lately. And on that note, I want to also offer my sincere condolences to the families who have lost loved ones, whether due to crime or illness or untimely death. I want to pray that God would continue to hold you up and bear you up and strengthen you during these difficult times. And I truly believe that as a territory, if we continue to seek God's face, if we continue to pray, if we continue to repent and understand our purpose and role, that we will continue to see this territory go from strength to strength. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to thank the people of this territory who elected me to serve, and I pray that we will continue to do so to their liking and to the glory of God. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Junior Minister for Tourism for her contribution. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on any other business. Mr. Speaker, I have limited time. I think they told me I only have 15 minutes. I'll try my best to stay within the allotted time. Mr. Speaker, I first want to begin by bringing sincere condolences to all those families who might have lost loved ones since we last met. I think of Mrs. Pickering. I think of Terrence Stevens. I think of the two most immediate ones in the 9th District. May their families find peace at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind persons not to forget families and friends who are hospitalized. I think it's important. I think sometimes when you go to the hospital, you tend to get forgotten because you're not seen. But I would encourage persons to visit your family and friends there as often as you can. Mr. Speaker, I try to go at least once a week. On some occasions, I may make it twice a week, depending on my schedule. Mr. Speaker, the last time I was there, which was Monday, I had a scheduled meeting and the meeting got cut short. So I said, it was a good opportunity to go and visit persons from the 9th District who may be in a hospital. I don't always know who all are there until I get there, because I have to ask them, well, is so-and-so here? Or sometimes they're there, sometimes they are not. Mr. Speaker, this week I went to visit a young lady, a former student of mine. So you know she's not that old. And this person had just lost a leg. It had to be amputated. It was a young lady. So I wasn't sure, Mr. Speaker, how I was going to meet her, what her mind was going to be like. But I said I have to go anyway. And Mr. Speaker, when I got there, I was totally taken aback by how positive and upbeat and strong in faith this young lady was. I might have stayed for 5 minutes. I think I stayed much longer. Because I had to have her explain to me, how could you be in this state and yet so upbeat and so positive? She said to me, I believe in God. I'm a strong Christian. God knows my future. He knows my path. This clearly is the way He wants me to go for His purposes. I said, what? I said, repeat that again. She said, yes, it is His will. She said, don't feel sorry for me because I don't feel sorry for myself. He said, I am here fulfilling God's purpose in my life, and this is the way God must have wanted me. She told me, I don't even ask anybody when I'm leaving here. She said, when God is ready for me to leave here, they'll come for me and tell me time to go now. See, I have no problem. Mr. Speaker, I think the message there was for me more than for her. Because in this line of work, people hit you left, right, center, and all around. And if you don't understand to stay on purpose and leave people alone, because people will talk. People will talk. But purpose, which comes from God, is constant. Which I had moments sometimes you get so caught up in the talk. There was a young man on the radio last night I heard had all manner of things to say. And I think I asked somebody kind of somewhat what he was saying. I just laughed because I didn't know I must stay on purpose. People will talk. Highs and lows come in your life. But when you stay on purpose, Mr. Speaker, you are steady. Mr. Speaker, you've heard all the members say how difficult things are in the BVI, well, the whole world. with the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, you still can't just sit down and fold your arms and pretend like you're dead. We still have to do things. Things will happen, Mr. Speaker. We cannot lie down and play dead. We have to come together and bring our collective creativity to help the people who elected us to be here for them. Mr. Speaker, I've prayed about these things, I've contemplated them, I had discussions. Mr. Speaker, I came up with a few things that I've done so far over the last 2 months. I was able to put on a financial workshop, money management for the people of the 9th District, both Enigada and Virgin Gorda. And I must thank all those persons who were able to participate. I think it was an invaluable experience for them. You heard a member for the second said that all these persons who have all these businesses, a lot of persons have trade licenses, but Mr. Speaker, do they have the foundation to run a successful, sustainable business? This workshop kind of addressed that to some extent. Because though things are slow, the 9th District is all about tourism, like a second. We're all about tourism, and there's hardly any tourism at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, we know for a fact this will change, and it will change in short order. So we must prepare our people for when things change, that they are ahead of the curve. They're not wondering or guessing how to manage their business properly. Mr. Speaker, we must provide opportunities for people to grow. If we're going to transform the BVI, it must come through empowerment. We must educate our population. And Mr. Speaker, I must again recognize the school, Sarge, the first hospitality school in the BVI. I fully support. If I support anything that's going to help our people be empowered through some sort of training, whether skills training, money management training, anything that empowers you, Mr. Speaker, I fully support it, particularly where young people are concerned. Mr. Speaker, the solar workshop up at the college, I think they're winding down now. We have students from the 9th District, which the government paid for. If not all of them, most of them, I think 5 from Enigada and 2 from Virgin Gorda. These are empowering things, Mr. Speaker. And though things are difficult, we have to find the funding to help these persons. Because only for their betterment that we're doing these things. Mr. Speaker, during the sitting on Tuesday, we gave a tribute to Prince Philip for his passing. May his soul rest in peace. And I alluded to the fact that in the past, whenever we had royal visits, you always kind of knew about a royal visit because the place was always so clean for them. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to report that in the 9th District, we are all royalty up there because we try and keep the 9th District clean at all times. And I must thank all those groups who religiously make sure we keep the place clean, whether it's Bug Out, whether it's Rotary, whichever group it is. Mr. Speaker, ever so often, every single month, there's some group out there making sure that we are always ready for a royal visit. If you live in Tortola and you come to Virgin Gorda, you must admit, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I like driving around my district. I love it. So I like to show off my district. I invite all my friends from Tortola to come to Enigada, come to Virgin Gorda. You won't be disappointed. Do a staycation. Thanks to COVID, you now know about places in Virgin Gorda you didn't know exist before. But Mr. Speaker, we are doing all we can to make sure that when tourism returns, we're not scampering trying to figure out what to do. So we have our lookouts, we have our trails, we have our nature walks and so forth, all happening in the 9th District, getting ready for when things change around. But Mr. Speaker, we're also doing things for our local persons. So if you are on Enigada now, you go up in the settlement, you're going to see the government complex there, the Taylor Fortnum building is being repaired. We want the officers working in that building, hopefully get new officers in there in a comfortable working environment. If you go to basketball court, they're almost finished, so the kids have something to do. Mr. Speaker, we said no district will be left behind, and I'm telling you, no district is being left behind. Mr. Speaker, if you leave Nassau and come to the Valley, again, sports. And this year, we're having Summer Jam. After the league in Tortola in May, so Minister, get your numbers right for the games. You come to Virgin Gorda probably in June for Summer Jam. You have both courts under repair now, Jeffrey Keynes Arena internal court and the external court. You'll see all the buildings being repaired, primary school, the Brigada Flax Primary, secondary, with the renewable energy on top. You see the Vanderpool building, the Flax building being repaired. We did the fire station. You see Public Works busy other than ever, Mr. Speaker, getting those roads clean, getting those marks properly in the road, that when you're driving, you can see where you're going very clearly. That nice white paint. Getting those guts clean instead of the road clean. We are ready any day, Mr. Speaker, for a royal visit. Mr. Speaker, the last member for tourism mentioned legislation being passed in the House. Today we passed 7 second and third readings, 2 first readings, and a resolution. In persons, I don't know how many persons actually tune into the House, but sometimes persons say, yes, you're passing all this legislation, but we're not really understanding where you're going with it. Mr. Speaker, it is simple. We are trying to build a strong economy, a stronger economy. Mr. Speaker, I've said it nearly every single time I had a chance to say, if we don't build a stronger economy, we will never attract or retain good talent. And hopefully that good talent will be local talent that we've lent to overseas territories that we can bring back here. So everything you see here is about building a stronger economy. When we can build a strong economy, we can then afford to pay people decent and better salaries. That's what it's all about. That is what all of this is all about. When we can build a strong economy, we can offer you good paying jobs. We're not doing it for us, we are doing it for you. When the tide rises, all the boats rise. So we all rise together, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because we have to start paying our employees better. Because if we don't pay the employees better, they'll be forced to do 2 and 3 jobs, or pay themselves from your job. And sometimes when particularly public officers are forced to do 2 and 3 jobs, they run the risk, Mr. Speaker, of coming into conflict of interest. Particularly in this kind of age we live in now, we have to be so careful what we do. So if we have jobs that are not paying properly, Mr. Speaker, and these persons are forced to get 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet, you're going to have a problem. And when the economy becomes stronger, Mr. Speaker, we can hire more persons. Because persons, no, they're robbing. They don't rob because they necessarily want to rob. And I condemn those kind of things, robbing and stealing and killing people, in the strongest language. But it's through strong economies that we can employ persons. I think people want to be decent. I don't think nobody wants to be a robber. I don't think I know any child, I taught for many, many years, I never heard a single child say, when I grew up, I want to be a robber. So it's circumstances, Mr. Speaker, bring persons into this kind of a situation. Circumstances. So we are here as elected members fighting to fix the economy that should take care of a lot of ills that we face right now. And we're going to keep bringing legislation until we achieve our goal. My aim is $1 billion. When you could pass a budget to have $1 billion, I would say, okay, now we're starting to do something. And then we can start making some real demands on persons. Because we know we're going to get the best out of them when we do that. Mr. Speaker, today is Earth Day, April 22nd, under a theme, Restore Our Earth. Mr. Speaker, we've done so much damage to the earth, and even here in the BVI, dumping garbage in the sea, filling in salt ponds, killing mangroves, catching juvenile fish, conch, lobster, you name it. We're in a destructive part. So I'm so happy to see this theme this year speaks to restoring. Mr. Speaker, I want to get that message over there, that we must, Mr. Speaker, look after our environment. It cannot be by accident. You have to be very, very deliberate in taking care of our environment. Mr. Speaker, I was so pleasantly surprised when I heard last weekend they had a mangrove planting exercise. Mr. Speaker, I've been pushing this for years. Finally got a nursery up, and I had said I wanted to do at least 1,000 mangroves in 1,000 days. Mr. Speaker, we've long surpassed that. We have long surpassed 1,000 mangroves. Next sitting, I'll bring the exact figures in the plantings. And I must thank Rotary Club of Central Tortola for the vital role they're playing in the mangrove planting and their commitment to always be there for when we need to plant mangroves. Mr. Speaker, our mangroves were badly damaged during the hurricanes of 2017, and they have to be replaced. We have no choice. They were defense against storm surge and against runoff from the hills going into the ocean. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, I saw a post from a tourist who had been coming to the Beaver for many, many years, and they were so concerned that when they went diving, they said, where are all the fish? Where are all the fish? There are a lot less fish now than when I was here over the last 20 years. What is happening in the Beaver water? Mr. Speaker, it really caught my attention. It really caught my attention that somebody who's always diving and say, there's something happening in your waters. I'm not seeing the fish I used to see. Mr. Speaker, during the hurricane of 2017 or somewhere around there, a lot of fish traps got lost. The buoys got cut off or dislodged. Wherever it is, the fishermen can't find these spots. We call them ghost traps because they can't find them. You don't really know where they are. And Mr. Speaker, these traps, though you don't know where they are killing machines. They just kill and kill and kill continuously. Mr. Speaker, we have to find a way to get down there and just go over the whole BVI and look for these traps and destroy them or remove them or do something with them. But Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that we take care of this environment. We have to restore our earth. Mr. Speaker, I think my time is up. I'm going to end by again, brothers and sisters in St. Vincent are going through their time of trial and tribulation, and I must thank all the persons in the BVI, particularly in the 9th District, for their BVI love in providing supplies to the persons in St. Vincent. I was happy to collect about 9 pallets from Virgin Islands and 2 or 3 trailers. I think it was 2 trailers either on the way or will be going soon to Trinidad. Mr. Speaker, we must be our brother's keeper. We had our turn, they were there for us. We must be there for our brothers and sisters when they go through their trials and tribulation. Mr. Speaker, as I end, I just want to thank the people in the 9th District, again, for their confidence. Mr. Speaker, for their prayers for me, for their prayers with me, for their encouragement. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult, very difficult, to have a district like the 9th District that's so large, 2 big islands, a lot of water in between, and a ministry on Tortola. So I'm constantly, Mr. Speaker, between 3 islands, constantly. Because the work of the ministry can be quite daunting. It's a 7-subject ministry, all very, very important to our daily lives. But the work of the district must carry on. And Mr. Speaker, I thank all those persons in the district who don't wait on government to do things, that they get their own initiative. It needs to be done. Let's get together and do it. I support anything I can support once funding is available. And of course, you know, Mr. Speaker, funding are in short supply right now. And Mr. Speaker, we always use what's in our hand. So walk by faith and not by sight, but together we're going to get through it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say just a few words, and I would try to be very much shorter than the immediate past speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to speak under this segment have been few. So much to say, so little time. But Mr. Speaker, I would observe best I could what we have. But before I get into the main text, I would not want to go without giving my condolences again to Brother Pickering, the family of the dear deceased, and to all those persons, especially who have suffered from the scourge of crime in vicious ways, and all those who continue to mourn the loss of loved ones, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime itself has taken an ugly turn in our community. And when we look at all that is required in order to be done as, well, collectively, as a people, to wipe this out, Mr. Speaker, we have to do more. And my honorable at-large colleague, his decimal in terms of his level, that's as hard as I've heard him speak, and is matched only by his passion for our elderly and his passion for the community as a whole. It is serious times, and we have to do all that we could for youngsters, for elderly, and for a way of life here in the Virgin Islands. So I'd like to thank him personally for his words, those of my other honorable colleagues, as we have looked in terms of what has to be done in order to get crime under control in this territory. Mr. Speaker, there are a few other housekeeping items. The fact is that we must keep the people and territory of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in our prayers, because these are times that are unknown to us in terms of going through these. You've read only about them. You read about other places, but it's right on our doorsteps. We opined the fact before that the earth was shaking around us in Puerto Rico. I think we heard of tremors to our south, had volcanoes. We had, all of this happening around us, and it brought back home, to me at least, the fact that we began this term in office by stating that the funding of recovery from catastrophic events and from pandemics, from loan fundings, while we try to keep ratios common in normal time, is unattainable, unsustainable, and simply cannot be accomplished. As a region, the effects of the pandemic is yet to be calculated. As a region, the effects of that volcano in St. Vincent cannot even start as yet, because it is erupting every day. And not only would it affect St. Vincent, not only would it affect Barbados, it has landed dust waste of the region. We don't know the health fallout from this even as we speak. There are those amongst us who are passionate as to what level of assistance should be even offered. That is for another time. We'd like to thank the Lions clubs, Rotary clubs, Red Cross, all of the organizations, government of the Virgin Islands, through DDM, through the Foreign Affairs Office, who have stepped up to the plate and have placed a number of initiatives in place so that whatever help is practical can be offered to the people and government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Speaker, the fallout from it would be great. We have to just come to grips with it and see how best. And this is as we start the hurricane season, which is forecast to be quite an active one. We must keep our prayers up. Mr. Speaker, on another item, we have the waste management strategy, which would commence in terms of public input. First, a virtual one will take place next Wednesday about 6:30. And then there's a schedule that is coming out for a number of in-person consultation on this. This is a topic of debate, is a topic that is questioned, but we have a commitment to making sure that these beautiful Virgin Islands are kept clean, pristine. And when we speak of Earth Day, the British Virgin Islands must pop up. Whenever you put Earth Day in the British Virgin Islands, must pop up in terms of the preservation of our environment. Honorable members spoke of the initiatives to maintain, to get back into focus, all that is required in doing this. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, although I was informed I might have been on the roster or on the calendar or on the program to say a few words, I still went over to my colleague from the 6th District and said, well, don't forget to include me to say a few words on behalf of my dear departed friend, former legislator, Honorable Omar Wallace Hodge, the people's man. I have introduced him in many of occasions, and I would love to be able to say something at this particular function, at this project, because it is one that he held dear. He held the 6th District dear to him. He held this fisherman's wharf area dear. When he looked in terms of the personal gut and the training, you can say what you want, but he did what he felt was right based on advice given to him. He held it dear. I know his passion. I know his love for people. And I know of the present representative's love for people. So if he was a people's man, she's a people's woman. And you can't take that away. So the general public will be invited to tune in. Those who can participate will be invited to participate. Cabinet yesterday increased the crowd sizes, still maintaining the protocols in terms of physical distance and hygiene and masks, and in terms of doing all that is required to keep us safe. They increased it to 200 in terms of crowd sizes, and 250 for churches and funerals and weddings and those activities that are norm. If you want to increase it above the 200 for outdoor events, then is when the application must be made. Mr. Speaker, and one more bit of homework. On the 27th, when we meet here, I think it's the 27th or 29th, when we meet here again. 29th, yes. I would be bringing a statement to the House that speaks of the advancements made at the Health Services Authority, because we must maintain our commitment to having the Health Services Authority function as a first-class, world-class authority, institution, place of wellness. I am saddened by the fact that there are too many that are intent on making sure that all of the services they can pull out of it is accomplished. So here you are fighting to keep it in, increase our capacities, reduce our dependence on NHI, increase our efficiency to the people, and there are those who would have it otherwise. I would speak of it. I would give ideas to enhance its efficiency so that it will continue to grow in stature and grow in what it is purposed to do. It is critical for us to do this. But let's talk about the topic that's quite topical, because, well, there are two angles to it. Because as we move forward as a government, we are challenged in some degree to filter a lot of the comments, because the members say people will talk. Yes, they'll talk. But if you don't derail some of the conversations, then the very people that you're out here fighting for take their words, and you have to fight for even what you're doing right. So when you hear radio programs, and I know that we are cautioned in terms of the diplomacy and how you address topics and names and all of this, and we will not go against it. When you hear some folks talk and the way in which they feel it is free to go and put people's name and character in places where they wouldn't even understand themselves. Mind, the very same people who you go and assist in terms of making sure that they don't fall, they're not victims in terms of, that you understand that we all fall short, we all come short of the glory, and we give second, third, fourth, and fifth chances. And then when they speak, you would reckon that you have to go and I will have to go and pull out my DNA kit to see who talking. Who these folks talking? I don't recognize them. Only in a DNA kit can you. So folks come and they make demands as to what they want, when they want it, how they want it. You will think you're in a Burger King's franchise. We want it our way. The bread has to be at a certain temperature. Cut the tomato in 4 pieces. Soften the cheese. Burger King. And if they don't get it that way, then you will think heaven and earth is falling in. At a time, Mr. Speaker, when we are challenged as a territory, because I wouldn't speak of the Commission of Inquiry because I think that we have been cautioned to say very little about it. So I would not talk about how unjust it is that the natural order of justice, where if you have certain things to be accomplished, you must have a certain order in which it is done. Wrong can only be wrong and right could only be right. And if wrong is made right, then the song that says, "Who tells the sea to stop at the shores?" Is this it? The order of stuff must be done. You can't suspend natural justice and natural order for convenience. It's either right or it's wrong in terms of the approach. But stick a pin and we'll come there. Mr. Speaker, this government has not had a consecutive 30 days of regular governance, whatever that is. Whatever that is. Because we had the biggest and brightest traveled to UK back in 2011, came back with a protocol for financial management, which they said they had the British eaten out of their hands, with ratios set based on calculations. Then when they came back, we had a number of activities which in themselves questionable. And then we had to fight this because it was, I've always said this, so I can say it again. Some of the members who now on the party opposite, or the parties opposite, the tri-party opposition, they left their very own party because they did not believe that what was being best for the country was being accomplished. And now if you hear them, Mr. Speaker, if you hear them, I'm running out of DNA kits. I got to get additional supplies. I don't know who I'm talking to. Because the very same people that ran is now telling you they're the best hope for the future. Could you imagine this? Send supplies. But the time is too short to explore that. But you could stick a pin and that will come back. Stick a pin right there, that will come back. Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion, it's only my opinion, not enough is being said or done by all of the members. I'm not just talking 9 members, I'm talking 13. I'm not talking 13, I'm talking 15, the entire House of Assembly. Not enough is being said as to the importance of the vaccination program. Mr. Speaker, I will go on record as doing all that I could, and the other members who are doing all that they could, but not all of us are doing all that we could. I hope I didn't confuse anybody in that. We have spent millions of dollars. We have displaced millions of dollars to get us to where we are. I spoke at the New Testament church the other day, and we told them that you come to church every Sunday, you come to church every Wednesday, and you ask God to keep you safe, to bring you to this place. And now that we're here, I can understand what Noah and Moses went through. Second guessed at every level. I came here at the start of this session to answer questions as to how many times you invite me to a meeting. We invite you to whatever meeting it needs for critical decisions. We did not invite you every time we have caucus. It have a certain protocol for people who come to caucus. If you wanted to be invited to every caucus meeting, you know what to do. You know what to do. So, are we to blame now that they want at every caucus meeting? When we look in some of, in terms of certain aspects to be taken into account? And I have to answer these questions. Folks are asking you questions about what projects you promised in 2018 when you were campaigning and early 2019 when you're campaigning, and they forget, or so they want you to, that we had a pandemic is now going into the 14th month, displaced over 75, and we did not count all of the monies displaced because we had civil servants from all aspects of the service who had to take part in this. The value of that work is yet to be calculated. The opportunities lost is yet to be calculated. We have to calculate this like the British. Every time, from the time the ship leaves the UK, they start counting the number of gallons times a rate. And when you get the figure, you'll say, what, $300 million spent on us? So, Mr. Speaker, we have to do all that is required in order for us to get the vaccines administered. There are many theories. I would go on any pulpit I'm invited to speak of it, and if there are alternative ways in which the citizens could be kept safe, we have to go there. But right now, science, we follow the science we got here, we have to follow the science to get us out, and those persons who are suddenly overnight sensations when it comes to medical advice, we would have to then go and cloak them and graduate them for medical advice, offer them the positions. I saw today pictures coming out of our sister island, or because I call Anguilla our sister island also, and the lines are around the block because they have 3 cases and they shut down the country because of the 3 cases. We spent our money up front, so we have our laboratories, we have our testing centers, we have our tracing or track and trace team. We have a lot of stuff in place. We have countries. We have one of the islands to our west who have called me and have said, whatever vaccines you have that the people don't want, don't send them back to UK, send them to us, because all hospitals are overwhelmed, all people are dying, and they could stop there. Send it to us, don't send it back to the UK. I asked the governor to look into what portion of it that we can offer our brothers and sisters if we are forced to look at the prospect of returning. But I do know that the supply throughout the world is dwindling because the cases are increasing. We have to be mindful, and if you see 10 cases pop up here today, 20 cases, 30 cases, you will have lines and not enough needles to administer. Why do you have to do this? I started going to the beach in the morning, trying to relax, because when you look at some of what you have to face, it is crazy. So I've learned to be calm, cool, and collective. And I know when 15 minutes is up, and I'm done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister and Territorial Member for his contribution. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and Member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will seek to respect the time limit imposed. and be as efficient as possible. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I thank God for the opportunity to be here on the land of the living. I thank the people of the 7th District for the opportunity to represent them in the House of Assembly. And I want to take this opportunity to recognize Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Culture, Agriculture, Fisheries, Youth Affairs, and Sports, as Tuesday was her birthday and her mother's birthday is today. I also want to recognize the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities, whose birthday is today. I want to wish him a very happy birthday and many, many, many more years of health, happiness, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say Happy Earth Day to all persons out there. And I want to say that we need to do our best to preserve our environment and to save our planet. I want to recognize Green VI, who went around to schools today planting trees. I want to thank them for including the school children in that, because of course, if we really are interested in sustainable development, we have to involve our youth. I want to join with my colleagues in recognizing the tragedy in St. Vincent and the Grenadines with the La Soufrière volcano eruptions, and say that my thoughts and prayers are with the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I was proud of the efforts of our service organizations and other groups who have been working to donate to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I'm happy for that spirit of love and cooperation, that BVI love that we're showing to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I want to encourage us to continue to give. Yes, we have persons in the BVI who are in need, but can you imagine going through COVID-19 as well as a volcano? It's a very difficult situation, and when one of us is hurting in the Caribbean, all of us are hurting. When one is affected, all is affected, and that's how we have to think, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak a little bit about crime. I want to commend our law enforcement agencies for quickly apprehending those who were involved in the robbery and recent murder that has certainly shook the Virgin Islands. And I certainly would like to reiterate what I said 2 days ago in the House of Assembly. I'm committed as Minister of Education and as a representative of a constituency to do all that is within my power to help to spread the message that, you know, we have to fight as hard as we can against crime. And I'm willing to partner with whomever, speak with whomever, you know, launch initiatives with whomever to see how we can turn our society around to be the peace-loving society that it used to be. So we have a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to recognize the Red Cross for their men's health fair that they recently held And I want to encourage all males in the society and all persons in the society really to ensure that we look after our health, that we get our health screenings done, that we, regularly have checkups with our doctors, and that we practice a lifestyle of wellness, because certainly we have much too much chronic disease in our territory, and we have much too much unnecessary death due to not paying sufficient attention to our health. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about my district, just briefly, that I know there's a very difficult time in the district, and it's a difficult time in the territory as a whole. Many persons are hurting, many persons are unemployed, many persons are struggling to pay the rent. But Mr. Speaker, we have to give God thanks that we've been able to make it thus far. And we pray for His guidance, and we pray for a spirit of cooperation and a spirit of innovation. And Mr. Speaker, I do believe that we are about to turn a corner. The Honorable Premier spoke about putting our economy into overdrive. And some persons thought it was funny. It was a joke. Mr. Speaker, in this territory, we all have to learn that we have to put politics aside when it comes to COVID-19. We've politicized COVID-19 and it has not served us well. It's for all of us to cooperate and to put forward ideas in terms of how we get the economy going again. The Premier, ourselves as a cabinet, as a government, and as a House of Assembly, we're doing our part. But certainly, now is the time to come together and seek ways in which that we can help each other and have constructive conversations. Sometimes I hear some conversations that are not so constructive. They're actually very destructive in I think, a spirit of breaking down instead of building up. And certainly, no one is saying that you have to agree with everything, but let's do so in a constructive way and not in a very negative, malicious way. And I'm hearing lots of negative, malicious conversations out there. Mr. Speaker, we have an international agency, the United Nations, the UNDP, that has recognized that the BVI is a model for handling COVID-19. And that's not just handling the health side of the pandemic, but the whole pandemic. Not a lot is said about it, Mr. Speaker, but I'm going to remind persons. We have a UN agency which has said that the BVI is an example of how you should handle a pandemic. Now, this pandemic has been brutal, Mr. Speaker, and no one in the world has been spared. It's shut down tourism, and it's caused a great deal of difficulty to the economies and the education system, where many persons around the world, not just the BVI, had to switch to online learning, or some persons didn't have any learning at all for over a year. We have to give God thanks that we had some level of continuity in our education system. But given the circumstances, given how brutal COVID-19 has been, we have been recognized in being able to handle it in an exemplary way. And we have to give God thanks that we've been able to keep our populations safe. Now, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, there are some voices out there who I believe are I would have to say I disagree with some of the viewpoints that they've put forward. And of course, I understand that the business community is hurting. But there are some persons who are suggesting that what we call livelihoods should be on the same level with lives. That is to say, Mr. Speaker, your business's opportunity to make money should be seen as important as keeping your grandmother alive or your grandfather alive. And I really think that's irresponsible. Once you have life, you have hope. And we've made a lot about the United States Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, and we haven't even mentioned the fact that, and we're not happy about this, they've had 26 deaths. And when you say that to persons over here, they say, well, it's only 26 persons who've died. And then I have to ask them, well, suppose one of those 26 persons was you. Would you feel differently? Well, you wouldn't be around to feel anything, right? But suppose it was your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. Would you feel differently? Would it just be 26 persons who have passed away? And if it was up to some of those persons, Mr. Speaker, the BVI would be full of COVID, and any place where you've had community spread, unmitigated community spread, and lots of cases, you have lots of death. Just check what's happening around the world. Check what's happening around the world now with persons going through a third wave of COVID-19 right now. There are persons around the world who are suffering, and they end up having to put in place all of these protocols that persons have complained about. When you get an outbreak of COVID-19, you end up having to do the same thing that you didn't want to do anyway. But the good thing about it, Mr. Speaker, is we don't have to be arguing about which one is more important, lives or livelihoods. We don't have to do that anymore because we have a solution. We have the vaccine, which will allow us to open up our economy and also to save lives. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll be honest with you, I was a bit skeptical about the vaccine, as many persons are skeptical. But because I like my bush medicine, and I like strengthening my immune system and things like that. And I will get into discussions with doctors, and we'll have discussions about this alternative medicine, and sometimes they're not quite all bought into the alternative medicine, but I love my alternative medicine and I find it to be effective, Mr. Speaker. But when I looked at the situation that we face as a territory, and I saw what's happening with our schools, I saw what was happening with our economy, I see all of the persons who are unemployed and suffering, I asked myself, what is the way out of all of this? What is the way out of all of this? And I could not come up with another solution besides the vaccine to have this pandemic finish. And I had to stop being selfish. I had to stop being selfish, and I had to make a sacrifice for the society. I had to sit down and really educate myself about this vaccine. I had to do my research. I could not afford to be listening to some nonsense information coming from some unverified source. Half the time, the people who are spreading these things, they're not medical persons. Probably somebody locked up in a basement full of guns and grenades and all types of things, waiting to wage war against the government one day. You know, lots of paranoid persons who put out lots of misinformation telling you that this vaccine is some 5G conspiracy or something like that. And you'd be surprised about how many educated persons become influenced by information that did not come from a credible source, Mr. Speaker. So I did my research and I decided to make a decision in the best interest of the entire society. So I encourage persons to get vaccinated, and of course persons have concerns. I understand those concerns. Speak to your healthcare provider and make a decision in the best interest of getting our society back on track. And as the Premier and the Minister of Health have stated, these vaccines have an expiration date. It's no just sit back and wait and see what happens. There are many places around the world who are trying their best to get their hands on vaccines. They can't get it. So we have to see what type of gift we've been given and make the most of that gift. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do my part to try to see how we can get past this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, in the 7th District, the sewage project will be starting soon, and I'm grateful for that. That's going to provide some work in the district, and it's going to help us to rectify a challenge that we have faced there for decades, literally. Mr. Speaker, next week we have the Farmers and Fishers Week. Actually, it starts on Sunday. And actually, the renaming of the Fisherman's Wharf in Bargus Bay is a part of the Farmers and Fishers Week. We'll have activities all week, and it culminates in an exhibition at Paraquita Bay on Saturday. And we'll be providing transportation from persons from the sister islands to come to Paraquita Bay on Saturday. Due to the scarce resources, we were not able to hold exhibitions on each of our islands. But certainly throughout the year, we're going to see if we can go to Anegada, Virgin Gorda, Jasper Van Dyke, and see if we can have some activities. Of course, we're going to be in Virgin Gorda very soon. We're going to be recognizing the re-establishment of our agricultural station in Virgin Gorda. And that will certainly be an event where farmers can come out and be able to display. So you're going to be hearing about that soon. But we want everybody to come out and to support the Farmers and Fishers Week. We were able to give stimulus packages to many farmers and fishers, and now it's time to show the public what we've done with those resources. I recognize that it's been very dry. It's been difficult for farmers and fishers at this particular time. Fishers were impacted, of course, on some of the curfews that we had and things like that. But certainly the exhibition hasn't happened in many years, and you have to start somewhere, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I have to recognize the Water and Sewage Department and the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities, who have been working hard to help us to get water in Paraquita Bay. They've been working very, very hard and making very good progress. The project had stopped for a few days. We got it restarted, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to complete that so the farmers at Paraquita Bay can get their water. And I got some videos showing that they indeed had the water going down to some of the farms. Mr. Speaker, we also turned in a corner in the education system. We were able to reduce the spacing in the classrooms from 6 to 3, and that certainly helped many of the schools. And I encourage teachers, parents, administrators, everyone to get vaccinated so we can further reduce any restrictions in our classroom. Mr. Speaker, just 2 more points very quickly. H. Lavity Stout Community College launched a commemorative book. I want to recognize them. This commemorative book was in recognition of 30 years of having a college. Part of the 30-year celebrations, I would like to encourage persons to buy this book and to support this book, and I congratulate HLSCC on the launch of this book and the celebration of a 30-year anniversary. The last thing I'll say, Mr. Speaker, is as a society, I notice as well that we're becoming meaner. You see it on the online news, you see it on the social media. I'll encourage persons, let's dig deep as a society and spread love. Spread love. I remember when I was in high school and somebody fell down, everybody would laugh at them as opposed to somebody going and helping the person up. And as a society, I see that happening more and more and more. We like to ridicule, we like to criticize, we like to embarrass, we like to say how much we dislike persons, we like to laugh at them. As a society, we have to encourage more compassion, more empathy, more love, more patience, more long-suffering, more encouragement, more forgiveness. I'm certainly not perfect, Mr. Speaker. We all are not perfect. When you see someone going astray or not doing as they should, give an encouraging word, as opposed to the spirit of condemnation that is in our society at the particular moment. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm committing myself to a better BVI, and we all should commit ourselves to a better BVI each and every day. I'm grateful for all of my colleagues in the House of Assembly. I'm happy to work with you, and I'm further committed to the people of the 7th District, the people who are impacted by my ministry, and the people in the Virgin Islands as a whole. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contributions on the other business. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, I come, first of all, to thank God for allowing us to be here. Mr. Speaker, when you look and see at the news, at what all so many persons are experiencing in this world due to COVID-19, we have so much to thank God for. Mr. Speaker, I also say this when you look and see what our brothers and sisters are going through in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Mr. Speaker,